Good morning. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby called to order. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to staff, central staff, and my colleagues. I must say, before we begin, that today is a beautiful day in the Virgin Islands, to be honest with you. We got up, the sun was up, no rain today. It looks real clear, so I must say it's going to be a good day. First, I would like to start by thanking again the people of the territory and the Virgin Islands as a whole for re-electing those officials that they saw it fit to return to the 36th legislature of the Virgin Islands, and also the new incumbents. I must say that, of course, like everywhere else here in the Virgin Islands, we have our share of problems, but who doesn't? But at the end of the day, it is up to us to address those problems on a daily basis and find tangible solutions to those problems, especially when it comes to the bread and butter issues. But nonetheless, we look forward to robust discussion today in this committee, and we look forward to hearing the bill that's coming forward that's going to assist in that vein. I know that several of my colleagues are on the way to the building. Also, we have a couple of my colleagues that's traveling today, but nonetheless, we will proceed. Mr. Clerk, can you please read today's agenda onto the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture has scheduled a meeting for Wednesday, November 13, 2024 at 10 a.m. at the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on the island of St. Thomas. The committee will receive an update from the Virgin Islands Port Authority, as well as consider Bill number 35-0396, an act requiring Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to reestablish weekly Harbor Night events in Frederiksted, St. Croix, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart. Finally, the committee will receive an update from the Summers Inn LLC and the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Block 1, 10 a.m. The committee will receive an update on the overall status of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, including but not limited to the status update on the P3 project for HERA and CEKA, as well as on all current projects for VIPA and all ports for cruise ships. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Carlton Dow, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Mr. Chair, that concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there any correspondences to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter dated November 13, 2024. Honorable Senator Javon James Sr., 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Mr. Chairman, I am writing to inform you that due to an unforeseen circumstances, I will be unable to attend the Economic Development and Agriculture Committee hearing scheduled for today. I regret missing the opportunity to contribute directly to the discussions and provide my perspective. However, I remain committed to staying informed and will thoroughly review any materials and outcomes shared. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., Senator at Large, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated November 13, 2024. Honorable Javon E. James, Chairperson of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Dear Chairperson James, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall in St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Kindest regards, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. That concludes the reading of the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. Can you proceed with the roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., absent. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Present.
Senator Capehart, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Mr. Chair, that is three absent and 4 present.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk, and I would like to mention that the chair, Senator Javon James, is traveling. He's on his way from St. Croix, so he asked me to chair the meeting until he gets here. So because he has some conflict in the travel arrangement, but he will be here. So you can mark him as excused. And I see we have Port Authority in a well. Good morning. Can you do a mic check and please introduce yourself and your title starting from my left?
Good morning, Diane Richardson, HR Director.
Morning.
Good morning, Anis Hodge, Deputy Executive Director.
Morning.
Good morning, Carlton Dow, Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Morning.
Good morning, Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Morning.
Good morning, Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs.
Good morning. Good morning. So the mic sound good. So Executive Director Dow, you may proceed with the testimony.
Thanks. Before I get started, I also want to introduce to the rear of the back.
And before you get started,
sorry.
Before you get started, I apologize. Our president is on St. Croix, the Big Island, the Lone Ranger. Good morning, Senator. and thank you for being here. And also, you want to mention?
Sorry, I just wanted to introduce, the Assistant Director of the Port Authority, Bill Rollins. He is in St. Croix. And to the rear of the pew here is Mr. Larry Belinsky. He's one of our financial consultants from Frasca. And Nick, he is one of our legal counsels, private on the private side, from Mayor Brown. Oh.
Okay, thank you for that. St. Croix, can we have a mic check, please? Assistant Director.
Good morning, Bill Rollins, Assistant Director.
Good morning, sir. Thank you so much. Coming across loud and clear. Director Dow, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thanks. Good morning, Honorable Marvin Blyden, from the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, all senators present, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding a status update on the Virgin Islands Port Authority Airport's Public-Private Partnership Project for the Henry E. Rolson Airport in St. Croix and the Cyril E. King Airport in St. Thomas. We have also been asked to provide an update on all current projects for the Virgin Islands Port Authority and all cruise ship ports. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is responsible for managing the ports and airports in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our primary objective is to facilitate the efficient movement of goods and passengers while ensuring safe and efficient operations. VIPA also plays a crucial role in the territory's tourism industry and economic growth. We operate the 2 airports and most of the public seaports in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Additionally, we are responsible for maintaining the harbors in the territory. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is embarking on an exciting new public-private partnership, P3 project, transforming the Henry E. Wilson Airport in St. Croix and the Cyril E. King Airport in St. Thomas. This project, which will involve the redevelopment of the HERA and SECA, will bring state-of-the-art amenities, private investment, efficient airport operation, and long-term maintenance plan to these 2 important assets. I want to take this opportunity to restate that the territory's airports are not being privatized. By definition, privatization is when the asset is transferred and owned by the private entity. VIPA will remain the owner of both airports and will continue to receive all federal grants from the Federal Aviation Administration. On March 26, 2024, the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board selected VI Ports Partners, a consortium now operating under the official name Sky City, to partner with the authority to redevelop the Cyril E. King Airport and Henry E. Wilson Airport. As part of the P3 design, build, finance, operate, and maintain structure, Sky City will develop, finance, and operate the airports on behalf of the Virgin Islands Port Authority during the lease term. The Cyril E. King Airport terminal will undergo a complete renovation while remaining operational, and the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board has approved a new terminal at the Henry E. Wilson Airport in St. Croix. Both terminals will feature passenger boarding bridges and stair access to accommodate various types of aircraft using the airport facilities. Although plans to add passenger boarding bridges are included for both SECA and HERA, the design of both terminals is still in progress. We will provide more information once the ongoing transition process is complete. We are currently in the transition phase of this project. The VIPA team has been working closely with Sky City to finalize the details of the terminal designs, construction plans, and the specifics of the partnership agreement. Regarding VIPA's employees, during June, July, and August, in conjunction with Sky City, we held several meetings and workshops with our aviation division employees. These were done in a general meeting and one-on-one format. VIPA hosted 401k and GRS workshops and meet and greet sessions with Sky City representatives. The authority has also hired an independent consultant to provide one-on-one guidance and support for any employee who has questions about this process and would help them to evaluate whatever offer is presented. She has hosted office hours for this purpose and is available for appointments. We are aware that some employees would like to work for Sky City while remaining members of the government employees retirement system. However, this is not legally possible. By law, the government employees retirement system is only for employees of the government of the Virgin Islands. Employees that are not yet vested in GRS that elect to separate from the Port Authority and choose to work for Sky City may withdraw their employee share from the system. Those that have already been vested but choose to leave VIPA to work for Sky City are required by law to leave their contributions with GRS until they are eligible for retirement, at which point they will be able to receive their benefits. Understandably, there will be some level of anxiety. To date, employee offers have not yet been finalized and negotiations are still ongoing. We expect to complete employee offers before the end of this fiscal year. this calendar year. We are planning for the financial close of the P3 agreement in the second quarter of calendar year 2025, with construction expected to begin in 2025. Both airports will be under construction simultaneously, and the project is anticipated to be completely operational in 5 years. The Sika Runway 1028 rehabilitation. We continue to experience regular incidents of runway pavement failure at Sierra King Airport. The lifespan of the existing runway, which was constructed in 1990, was 10 to 15 years. We have long exceeded the lifespan of the runway, and as a result, we are experiencing regular pavement failures. Frequent emergency repairs are required to ensure the safety of all the travelers. These emergency repairs require us to shut down Sika's only runway, resulting in diversion of flights to nearby airports and delays for all incoming and outgoing flights. While other airports with multiple runways can shut down a runway that may need repairs, unfortunately, we do not have that luxury at Sierra King Airport, which only has one runway. Any runway repair requires a full shutdown of our airport. We sincerely apologize for this inconvenience. However, we must use this opportunity to inform the public that the safety is always and will continue to be our main concern. VIPA, like approximately 3,300 airports that fall under the Federal Aviation's purview in the National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems, receive federal funding for major capital projects related to runway under the FAA's Airport Improvement Program. VIPA has been working with the FAA to program the necessary funds for the 2024-2025 runway rehabilitation since 2017. VIPA has completed the design and is preparing to put this critical project out to bid as soon as we receive approval from FAA that the necessary funding is available and able to be utilized. We are working closely with local and federal agencies involved in the project to accelerate the process to begin as soon as possible. In the meantime, we have engaged a rapid response team to repair any pavement failures during normal operating hours. We have also contracted a private company to perform asphalt repairs at night after the airport is closed. The construction of the western portion of Taxiway Alpha at the Sierra King Airport airfield will be completed and open for traffic imminently. This project entails a removal of 58,000 square yards of 30-year-old asphalt from the taxiway. The asphalt was replaced with Portland cement concrete, providing a smoother surface area, better durability than asphalt, and requires less maintenance. We have also upgraded the light-emitting diode system on the taxiway. Dale A. Gregory Transportation Center. Construction of the second half of the Dale A. Gregory Transportation Center at the Sierra King Airport is steadily progressing. While half of this new parking lot facility has been in use since April of 2024, we expect construction of the second half to be completed and open during the first quarter of calendar year 2025. The Hira Airport apron reconstruction. The reconstruction of the air cargo apron to the east of the terminal is in full swing. The project initially began in April of 2024 with the necessary demolition of Phase 1 to reconstruct the concrete pavement that has been in use for more than 50 years at the airport. Concrete pours have been taking place since September of 2024 and will continue through the majority of 2025. VIPA is in the early phases of this project and expected to be completed in early 2026. USVI cruise ports. We'll now transition to our cruise ports and provide an update on the authority's marine projects. The USVI cruise ship traffic statistics and projections. There are approximately 595 cruise ship visits scheduled in fiscal year 2025, October 1, 24 to September 30th of 2025. An 11% overall increase in cruise ship passenger traffic is expected, with the largest growth in St. Croix, which has 101 scheduled calls in 2025 versus the 57 calls received in fiscal year 24. 3 years ago, St. Croix received less than 40,000 cruise ship passengers. As of September 30th, 2024, we recorded 144,930 cruise passengers arriving in St. Croix. And in fiscal year 25, we anticipate that number to be 275,000 passengers. I recall years ago when we would have 5 ships in St. Thomas and none in St. Croix. Thankfully, those days are a thing of the past. This is directly attributed to the increase in Royal Caribbean ships visiting St. Croix as part of the agreement between the Virgin Islands Port Authority and Royal Caribbean Group. Other ships have called on Frederiksted to include Carnival Cruise Line, Virgin Voyages, luxury yachts owned by Ritz-Carlton, and the Norwegian Jade, which made its inaugural call to St. Croix on October 24th and brought the Uber Soca cruise to the shores of St. Croix. For over 20 years, cruise ships berthing in St. Croix for free, while it costs VIPA approximately $400,000 annually to operate that facility. Let me repeat that, please. For over 20 years, cruise ship that went to St. Croix for free. It cost the authority in excess of $400,000 just to maintain and keep that facility staffed and open up. This was not sustainable. The discussion about increasing fees was not easy or comfortable, but it was necessary. In our negotiation with Royal Caribbean, we began to charge $5 per passenger, and in October of 2022, we increased it to $7 per passenger for cruise ships berthing in St. Croix. In 2023, Royal Caribbean agreed to pay an additional $5 per passenger, which is only paid by Royal Caribbean ships. This $5 capital cost recovery charge will be used to improve the cruise facilities in St. Croix and $5 in St. Thomas. The partnership with Royal Caribbean Group, improvement to Frederiksted and Crown Bay cruise ports. VIPA's partnership with Royal Caribbean Group has already yielded noteworthy results, as we have observed an increase in cruise traffic from Royal Caribbean and celebrity ships. Efforts are underway to enhance the Frederiksted Pier to accommodate the Freedom Class ships, with discussions about the possibility of even larger class vessels. Additionally, improvements are planned for the Crown Bay cruise port, included constructing a 3rd cruise ship berth. This will be paid for primarily from the capital cost recovery charge paid for by Royal Caribbean. The Charlotte Amalie Harbour Dredging Project. The West Indian Company requested that the harbour be dredged to minus 40 feet, and we are preparing to dredge to the requested depth. Dredging is necessary to accommodate the ships that are increasing in size and to address sediment deposits caused by vessel movement, storms, and landslide runoff. VIPA's board recently approved amending the VIPA marine tariff to increase port dues charged to all cruise ships entering the St. Thomas St. John district by $3. This increase will be used to fund anticipated costs associated with the project. A public hearing regarding the increase in port dues was held on October 15th of 2024 as required by law. We thank the Brian Roach administration, the legislature, and the Public Finance Authority for its assistance in providing $18.4 million in appropriations for this project. We'll not have a final cost for the project until bids are received. We plan to issue the bids in the next few weeks. Annie Abramson Marine Facility. Our contractor is replacing the South Tender Landing Service Pier at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility. The pier is used by tow operators, divers, and other small vessels. Pile driving has progressed over the last few months, and VIPA is expecting that the project to be completed and open for use in mid-2025. The actual pile driving was delayed due to supply issues. However, we stand today that portions of the project have been completed. This project was funded via Act 8447, an appropriation requested by Governor Albert Bryan from the legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Crown Bay Cargo Port Development. VIPA executed a grant agreement with the United States Marine Administration, MARAD, for the Crown Bay Cargo Terminal Improvement Project in January of 2024. This project, supported by VIPA's private sector partners, Tropical Shipping and Crowley, works to repave, replace, and upgrade the aging port infrastructure at Crown Bay. VIPA's consultants are currently wrapping up the 90% design package with the expectation that the construction project will be ready to bid in early 2025. The Armand V. Fredericks Marine Terminal. Dredging at the Noel Boynes Car Ferry Dock in Red Hook was completed last December. The restroom at this facility were also completed and renovated. We plan to resurface the entrance and the facility road at this facility in the upcoming months. The Loredan L. Boynes Senior Dock improvements. Improvements to the Boynes Dock in Cruz Bay St. John will be completed by the end of this year. The project entails resurfacing the pier, installing a new canopy adjacent to the existing terminal, and adding a male and female restroom and an electrical room for an emergency power generator. Additionally, we are currently advertising for our custodian's position to ensure that the restroom remain open when the facility is open. It is funded via appropriations from the St. John Capital Improvement Fund. St. John Community Park. VIPA has engaged the residents of St. John to develop ideas and a concept for a multi-purpose facility for community gatherings and cultural events in St. John. The park will be built on VIPA-owned land at Indian High Pond in Cruz Bay. VIPA and our consultants have completed the necessary geotechnical investigations for the future community park and are working on ground improvements as a part of the schematic design phase. VIPA anticipates that this work will be completed in January of 2025, and we will re-engage the community in the first quarter of 25 to reintroduce the project and discuss the next steps of the process. The legislature of the Virgin Islands appropriated $400,000 for this facility's design via Act 8473. The legislature also recently appropriated $10 million to construct this facility via Act number 8920. The Cruz Bay Fishermen Facility. The legislature has appropriated funds via Act 8515 to build a fisherman's facility at the Victor Sewer Marine Facility, which is called the Creek in Cruz Bay St. John. VIPA and our consultants are working on a design development package and are preparing to put the full design package out to bid in mid to late 2025. The Wilfred Alec Port and Transportation Center Terminal. MARAD has selected VIPA for an award of grant funds for the reconstruction and modernization of the Wilfred Bumba Alec Port, commonly called the transshipment, commonly called the container port. Thanks. I have my engineer here and he can pay money to assist me. So thanks, Preston. VIPA partnered with Tropical Shipping to receive this grant. VIPA is currently working through the pre-award National Environmental Policy Act, which is referred to as NEPA process, is expecting the award of this grant in mid-2025. VIPA has also received approval from MARAD to begin design as a pre-award activity. This work is starting up just now, and VIPA expects design to last approximately 12 months for this project. The Garden Finch Molasses Pier Terminal. The contractor is addressing the final punch list items at this facility. We have tenants prepared to rent the space in the facility, and we expect to begin the moving process before the end of this year. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my testimony. My team and I are prepared to answer any questions regarding what we just presented. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Dow, for that comprehensive testimony. Before we go to our line of questioning, we're going to have a point of information by Senator Nobel Francis. You recognize Senator Francis?
Thank you very much. Mic check 1, 2. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to announce to the public and to the rest of the legislative family, of course, today we're deeply saddened by the passing yesterday of one of our longtime legislative employee, Derek Bashton, aka Dabat. And of course, he joined the legislature back in 2007 and had worked up until recently. Last week, he was hospitalized, and we got notification last night that he passed away. So of course, I ask for a moment of silence. And again, as we reflect and remember our colleague, Derek Bashton. A moment of silence, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. And our condolences, again, goes out to the family and the whole home circle. So in respect to the lineup, when it comes to my colleagues, we're going to start with Senator Dan Capehart, and then we're going to have Senator Dwayne DeGraff, then Senator Alma Francis Halligan, and then Senator Nobel Francis. That's going to be the lineup. Senator Capehart, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Senator, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
loud
you
and
see
clear.
me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Please proceed.
First, I wanted to offer my condolences also to the family of Derek Bashton, who we dearly loved at the legislature. I'm so taken back to hear the sad news, so my condolences to the family, my condolences to the legislative staff. I just want to, as I hear the testimony from Port Authority today, my biggest concern was the security of employment, continuous employment for the people of Port Authority. And you've mentioned that there's workshops that was provided, one-on-one, independent one-on-one discussions where they had that availability, independent consultant to have this conversation with the employees. And my question is, does this satisfy the employees of the process that has been given to them for employment?
Please recognize the mic of the Executive Director.
I can't tell you what would satisfy them. What the Port Authority can say is that all employees that's on our aviation side will receive an offer from Sky City One. And what we are making sure is that we work collaboratively with the private concern to make sure that we too at the authority feel comfortable with whatever is being offered in the final analysis. That's what we could assure. But we're dealing with a human element. So As the human element go, some will be satisfied, some would not. I mean, that's just a natural part of life.
What about, let's talk about the pension options. What are some of the pension options being offered by this partner?
No, what I can tell you, there will be a retirement plan offered to the employees that elect to go. The whole meets, like I just said, that we are deep in negotiations, the authority, the private folks. There is no final offer, but there will be, well, let me just be frank, there will be a retirement component to this offer, and there also would be what these things we already kind of set in terms of perimeters. I think we're prepared to advance whatever holidays that the government now enjoy, that they'll continue to enjoy them, although they are private institution. But the meets and the real depth of what is being offered, those items are still being worked out. We have unions to discuss these things with, which we are doing, and at some point the employees will get a final offer. So no employee has received an offer on none of this.
Okay. What about just some employees would be transferred to Sky City? What employees will be transferred to Sky City?
We don't know that. What we're prepared to tell everyone, and which every employee know, that Sky City, which is a private entity, will make, they'll look at the job description that they're currently doing, and will make an offer to each employee in the aviation sector. The other caveat that we have agreed to
1 minute
in principle is no employee can receive an offer from Sky City less than what they are currently making now. They could pay them more, they cannot pay them less. That's some of the perimeters that I can share with you.
And what about the operations? What operations would be transferred? Like if you have any concession stands, what's going to be transferred?
What we're talking about is the day-to-day operation, the operation that goes on to the airport. But bear in mind, and I'm glad you asked that, because a lot of what we see, like when you see the ground handlers and all this kind of stuff, they are not Port Authority employees, just to be clear. Now, when we're talking about, we have people monitoring security stuff, we have operational people, we have custodial people, we have accounting folks, all this kind of operational that goes on a regular basis, maintenance of the facilities and so forth. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Before I go to Senator DeGraff, let me ask you, Edie Dow, in respect to the employees, how many employees will be affected?
Approximately, the employees in the aviation department territorial-wise are approximately 76 employees.
76 employees. And I know you mentioned in testimony there is going to be some anxiety, etc., for those employees. Are there going to be any type of counseling services provided from your human resources department, etc., in the interim, Ms. Richardson?
Yes, we provide counseling services through our employee assistance program,
So that is available.
as well as the consultant that will be meeting with the employees to explain both sides of what's being offered versus what they have now.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. And finally, let me ask in respect to, I know you said no employee will be offered no less than what they're making right now in terms of competitive salary. I know you're negotiating, etc., but in respect to the time they have spent at the authority and their salary moving forward with the new entity, the P3, I'm just hopeful that the salaries are competitive, not just exactly where they're at, but they could put on a little bit more for those employees. based on the tenure, etc. That's just my opinion.
That's fine, and I could concur with that opinion. What the reality is, there'll be some there.
Yeah.
But one of the things I also along the line with the employees that you just referenced, again, they'll receive wherever the offers may be. But all the employees, nothing happens to the collective bargaining agreement. For example, the current collective bargaining agreement they have will follow them. So they'll have to adhere to them being union employees, one, and whatever the contract speaks to right now. So it's not like they transfer to a private entity, they don't have a union, they have to try to formulate. No, all of that and whatever current that's applicable in their contract today follows them.
I'm very happy to hear that. That's good. That's a good move. Senator Graff, coming clean, right on time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. The employees again at the airport. So I decided I wanted to go over to Sky City. I haven't 20 years of Port Authority unionized. I go over to Sky City, and I'm already well vested in GRS. So I can't go my money from GRS. That remains. Issues like that is what brought to me as questions in terms of, well, is that considered and is that on your mind as to some of the issues? And it boils down to individual issue, but still, you know.
Well, just from a broad brush, because every individual is going to have to make that personal decision. For example, you may have an employee, once you, let's say you use 20 years, you have a 20-year employee. That employee could elect to do one or two things. That employee could say, you know what, they're already vested, so whether they hit age 55, I don't know, but at some point that money that's vested, they will receive a pension on that. They could go over to this new entity, and whatever they would pay them, they enter whatever the retirement program they have. And so it's going to be more, you know, I'll draw another example for you. We have a few people. Suppose you're eligible to retire. They could literally retire if they choose to. Get a pension from GRS and go and work for this entity. So there are a lot of upsides to what choices they might have. The one thing I want to be clear about, the airports aren't going anywhere. So there will be work for employees. As a matter of fact, there'll be increased work at the facility.
Okay, I have three main questions for you. It is about 10 boil along in the tree because of time. When you mention about owning the airport, what does owning the airport mean? A 50-50 split with Sky City, 60-40, you control 100% of the interest they have. No. What does owning it mean? I'm
glad you asked that question, Senator. So let me be abundantly clear. The owner of the airport overall is the government of the Virgin Islands. The Port Authority, by statute, we got control of the airport. The privatization that we're discussing, it would be primarily a long-term lease arrangement. The private entity cannot and will not own the airport. The ownership, and that's why we spoke about even the grants. The federal grants, most of them still have to be in the name of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. So we are not giving away, the asset remain that of the Virgin Islands Port Authority and by extension, the government of the Virgin Islands. The private concern don't have 2% interest in the airport, 1%. They have no 2%. Interest in terms of our ownership standpoint.
So Sky City will be a EDC company?
I don't know. That's for them to do. Okay. I don't know whether that's what they're tracking, but most people, most entities come into with the kind of capital they expect to invest. I don't know what they're going to do, but more than likely they would look for that. And that's one of the attractions to have large companies come to the territory.
Okay. Crown Bay. The Crown Bay project my understanding of from when we went to it, giving up Cancrain School and all of that to enhance the South Shore Trade Zone area.
1 minute.
I understood it to be where it goes right down to the Krong Bay Dock to tie in the second dock that is basically like it's fenced off. So I was under the impression you would deal with the question. Does Port Authority own from Cancrain School where they got right down to the Krong Bay Dock?
On the waterfront side. And on the waterfront, when I say the waterfront side, over where the cargo comes in, from Cancrain School, quite all the way down to the Marina, we own that. And right down to Krong Bay Center, we own there, and some properties, as you turn there. But when we're talking about this South Shore zone and all of that, it's primarily the waterfront side is St. Croix, primarily.
Now, the capital cost recovery charge, I like how that sounds. The government, we appropriate $18 million to you. You're adding $3 a person for the capital charge. What type of money you intend to raise within the time frame as to when it goes out to bid, in addition to the 18?
First of all, I just don't want both things to be confused.
Or they separate?
The capital cost recovery charge, that's a $5 fee to be paid for only by Royal Caribbean vessels, primarily for the enhancement of Krong Bay Center and St. Croix Frederiksted Pier. Now I'll let Preston speak to the $3.
Okay.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senator DeGraff, as it relates to the expected capital contribution for the Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging, because we have not put that out to bid yet, I'm hesitant to share any of those numbers to possibly increase the costs associated.
Well, then don't. I just wanted to get a gist and I'll put you in a spot. And in closing, Mr. Chair, if I may, two things. The runway has the issue of the asphalt, where you mentioned about putting concrete. The runway is one of our main ports into the territory. We see now the delays that we're seeing. What's your immediate project right now to address that, to keep the territory relevant?
Two things that I'll go to Preston.
Sure.
And the runway is no concrete. The runway, the landing strip is no concrete. Let me be clear about that.
Good.
And secondly, with all of what we discussed, the Port Authority would always err or wait on the side of safety. In most jurisdictions, they have multiple runways. They have a problem, they shut down one and work on the next. So that's the challenge. But Preston, could you speak to the...
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senator DeGraff, as it relates to the runway rehabilitation project, our current plan is once we receive the approval from the Federal Aviation Administration that the funding is available for use, to do what is called a mill and overlay, so a 2-inch mill with a 3-inch fill of the entire runway surface from the 1.0 threshold to the 2.8 threshold. So that will take place via overnight closures. So we are at 100% design on that. We actually had it out to bid earlier this year when we were informed that the funding was not going to be available to finish that project. And so we're coordinating with the FAA on that still with the intent of having something out to bid in the next couple of months.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for your line of questioning.
Just quickly, so immediately what happens is our operational people every day, and this is a part of our work, and just you ask about who does this, so we have people that ride early in the morning, check in the facility, check in the runway to make sure it's safe, no holes. If they discover something, and a lot of these things are discovered by the employees. So they discover a problem, they notify the airport manager, and we have a response unit that we literally pay an extra few dollars for those responses, day or night, whenever they occur, so that we could address it immediately.
I want to expound on that line of questioning because that's where I was going before he asked for extra time. But let me ask you in respect to the runway, and you answered one of my questions in terms of overnight, which is good. In respect to the funding, though, because you say hopefully next couple of months the funding is available, how likely are we sure that we're going to get the funding, and what the time frame do you believe in which we can see those funds? That's the first question.
So as it relates to the funding, the FAA is currently operating under a continuing resolution, and so that is a portion of why they have not been able to allocate those federal grant funds. We did receive 2024 funding, a small portion that was allocated last year. If we're able to do that, plus what are our entitlements for 2025, we anticipate that the project will be able to begin sometime this summer. That's currently what we're tracking, and with the FAA, that we're expecting a June.
What is that? Explain that.
Yeah.
Entitlement.
A June of 2025 start date for the construction. And there's a number of different federal funding opportunities through the FAA. There are the entitlement funds, as I've referenced. Those are obligated funds based on the number of passengers that enplane at both airports. So as of today, that's approximately $5 million across both airports. There's also discretionary funding, of which we plan to receive $8 million every year from the FAA. Over the past 5 years, we've averaged more than that expected $8 million a year. There are also other avenues through the supplemental discretionary funding, which is a competitive application process, as well as any other obligated funds through Congress that allow us to access those funds.
And that's the reason why I ask those questions also, because we know that a new House, there's going to be a new House and a Senate and a new President. So do we see any or anticipate any hiccups in terms of those fundings streamlining to us?
Well,
also the same level of funding moving forward? And how are we planning to see if that impacts us in any way, shape, or form? How do we move forward?
Well, none of us could know that.
I know that.
Exactly. But we anticipate that, for example, Congress have been operating on continuous resolution. Continuing.
Exactly.
So in other words, they haven't really put a budget in place, just operate from what you have.
Correct.
No, good, bad, or indifferent, both the Senate and the House are going to be the same. The president is the same party, so more than likely they'll be able to put, hopefully, some budget in place. But I had Preston discuss a little bit, and we're glad for the opportunity to make sure we inform folks as well. So when you talk about entitlement money, that's not going away. That's based on people getting on a plane, landing, taking off. So that they don't have a say to say, well, we won't give it to you or not. That's our money. The other thing is, like some of the grants, they have a pot of money and they grant all airports X amount of dollars. We get some piece of it, based on different factors. So those kind of monies we will get. But outside of that, the discretionary is exactly what it states. But just like Preston indicated, we've been fortunate, and we spend a lot of time. Our staff spend a lot of time providing them with what they want, what they need, and continuously meeting with them to try to make sure that we could get additional funding. But there are money that we are entitled to.
Very well. Thank you for that. Point of information, Senator Graff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to find out, did you incur any fines for the runway?
For the runway?
Yeah.
Certainly, we had some old fines. We just, matter of fact, the FA had started out with a fine of, what the number was? What they started out with? About 400. No. What the fine? No. The fine that we had received recently was like, I think over $400,000. But, and then you have these hearings with them. But we were able to meet with them, have discussion, and show them some improvements that we're making, and they reduced that fine from over they reduced it by like $150,000. Okay. But what I want to be also, let us be mindful that from time to time they do these inspections. So one of the items that we had received a fine for, we have some stripings, markings, different things we have to make sure when a plane come in, they could pick up certain stripes, marks, navigation stuff. But the issue, though, is it wasn't that we didn't start to procure the markings, but the company that does the professional, the striping that's necessary. It's not like you're marking a road, the highway outside. It's a different material, a different process. So the folks that does that, they do it all over. It's just that we were in line for them to come when they're going to get to the territory. So when they came and this isn't striped, story, you develop a fine for that. Now, I'll be the first to say there were items that we were totally responsible for, which we took responsibility for that. But what was some 400 and some 1,000 were reduced because we were able to, through documentation, show them what we were doing, what progress we were making, and these kind of things. But with all of that said, the Port Authority still receives millions of dollars from the FAA for purposes of the runway. Thanks.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My apologies. We had some issues with my flight, but I'm here. I'm not feeling 100%. Got mashed up on election day. I got wet, but I'm here. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're next. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory. Good morning to the testifiers and the staff. First, I would like to thank the testifiers for being here so we could get answers to some very pertinent questions. My first thing I want to touch on is the parking lot. What benefits have you seen with the parking lot? I know it's still continuously being worked on, but since it's been opening, what positives can you share with the public since it's opening?
Well, it's a big impression to the public in as much as folks are now able to park there, go away. They could go away for weeks, months if they want. It's better for us. But people have the ability to park. People with a disability, there are spaces designated for them. They could park and they take the elevator and continue about the business. It helps the traffic flow much better than it was. And overall, that's a project that was a federal grant that we got. And I don't know, Ms. Penn, you could tell us.
Okay.
Ava Penn, roughly, she could give you some idea what the parking lot is doing.
Good morning, Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs. Since the opening of the Dale Gregory Transportation Center on April 22nd, SECA parking lot revenues have increased by 307% from April to September.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm happy to hear that. What I also want to hear in regards to the port, I know in regards to the expected expansion, when do you think you're going to be able to roll out plans, or how do we get an idea of what this is going to look like? And do you have a potential expectation of an end date for the project?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. As it relates to the timeline, we're looking at getting everything set with Sky City for the airport by Q1 or early Q2 of next year. We are currently undergoing some conversations with them in terms of the overall plan and construction plan for both facilities. So we're expecting to have more concrete set of design drawings in that time frame, with the idea of commercial and financial close immediately following that.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. The airport is considered I think a level 1 when it comes to its setup and dealing with the bridges. What do you think? Is there going to be in this plan, or have you guys negotiated or discussed for more bridges to connect to the different flights? Because, right now they use the stairs. Is that something we're going to see a larger footprint, so for the connection for bridges to come in the jet bridges?
Yes, passenger boarding bridges are a requirement of both developments.
I know they're a requirement. I'm asking, are we going to increase? Have you negotiated an X amount of how much it's going to be? or is that something that's going to be finalized during the development?
So we currently, at this stage, have 0 passenger boarding bridges at either facility. And so we're working on them when it comes to the number of gates. There are plans that are maintain the same number of gates, but increase efficiency and turn time for the airlines. And then we've also required them in their plans to demonstrate the future expansion capabilities of both facilities that would increase the number of gates and passenger boarding bridges.
Okay. So it's still in development stage. Okay, thank you for that.
1 minute.
I want to touch a little bit on the employees because,
You have 1 minute.
I want to touch, 1 minute, thank you. I want to touch a little bit on the employees because as a representative, I did get quite a bit of phone calls. And as one of the senators that attended the initial meeting in St. Croix, I remember directly what was said to me. And from what I heard the director say today, as well as what I've heard from some of the employees, I don't really see too much conflict because it was similar in context. But what I picked up is some people are more concerned about potentially moving and possibly losing out on their retirement. And some were discussing why can't they stay. And what I was trying to explain to them, a lot of this, like
Time.
what was shared to us as a public. Mr. Chair, may I wrap up?
I will be lenient today. Proceed.
White, thank you kindly. What was shared with me specifically had to do with focusing on your personal choices, because from what was explained to me, an individual can specifically be part of Port Authority, but still elect to go and work for the company. And depending on how long they're vested, they could choose to have their money taken out. They could choose to retire if they've been in there long enough. But they're not going to lose their retirement investment. But if they have to go to the private sector, more than likely they could also enroll in their retirement as well. But ultimately, from what I understood, no one will be put in a position to lose their job. It will be ultimately up to them. And I want to make sure from what I just stated, was that something accurate from the discussion I had, because I asked that question when I was in St. Croix, and that was what was relayed to me. I want to verify nobody is losing jobs, but they have to make the decision, especially if something is offered to them, if they choose to move or not. Mr. Dow.
Yeah, it was a lot. But anyhow, Sky City will make an offer to all employees. They will make their own decision, and these things come down to like personal choices. Somebody vested versus someone that's not vested. And the only thing I want to be clear about, I think you stated, an employee will not be able to work for both. In other words, an employee is going to elect to go to Sky City or elect to stay with the port. They wouldn't be able to do both. But what an employee can do, those that are vested could say, you know what, or any employee, they could say, you know what, well, I'm vested. My money will remain there until I'm eligible to retire from the GRS system, in which I'll get some pension, but at the same time, I can go over full-time with Sky City. Or someone could say that I'm not vested, so let me take my the dollars that I have in GRS, let me take that out, and I know I have a retirement program with Sky City. So that boils down to choices that individuals will have.
Okay, and that is what I fully understood, but I just wanted to make sure, again, it's placed on the record. It is their choice to either stay with the government, or if Sky City offers them, like you said, everybody will get an offer. It is their choice to decide between the two. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your additional time.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, for your line of questioning. Before we get to Senate President Novelli Francis Jr., I have a quick question for you, Executive Director Carlton Dow. As we speak about the P3 project, specifically for St. Croix, though, I know there have been conversations regarding the landfill. How is that conversation coming along?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senator James, as it relates to the landfill, we are continuing to have conversations both with the Federal Aviation Administration as well as the Waste Management Authority. There has been an official lease terms have gone to the FAA for their approval. That's what is required for any federal surplus property at the airport over in St. Croix. So we're waiting on a response from the FAA at this stage. That was transmitted to them, I believe, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we've been continuously in contact with the FAA as it relates to the status of that lease over the past year or so.
Thank you for placing that on the record. In no way, shape, or form I'm asking you to rush the process. I know everything is a process, especially with the federal government. But my question to you, as far as projected dates or timelines, do you have any deadline on when you plan to close that, or just ongoing conversations?
At this stage, it's just an ongoing conversation with the intent of executing a lease between the Virgin Islands Port Authority and the Waste Management Authority.
Well, let me just I need a little clarity. When you say close that, what were you referring to, Senator? Sorry.
Well, I know there were talks about the landfill moving.
Oh, okay.
It has been...
That's what I thought you meant, so...
Yeah.
No, we're not in no discussions about any closure. That's waste management, and the FAA will know from time to time, but that's,
But wouldn't you be a third party because of the issues with, I know you had issues with birds.
Correct, but this new lease, just quickly, the lease that we're talking about, the waste management has been trying to buy some time as they deal with what the permanent solution is going to be. So that's what this lease is about.
So the issue with the boards and the dump and all that stuff is that I know it has been an issue in the past. I want to make sure that when we move forward with the P3 project, that we have some sense of normalcy. We don't have that issue in this district. We just want to make sure that at some point that dump moves from there and the airport can be an airport.
Yeah, well, I agree, but the issue with the boards, part of the agreement, Waste Management had to hire a biologist. They keep them there. They have to mitigate the birds. When I say mitigate, not kill them, but do things that would keep them away from the landfill.
So you're doing something in it. Well, something is being done in the interim is what you're basically saying. That's what I want to hear. Thank you. Senate President Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you as well. I wanted to thank the Carlton Dow and team VIPA for their testimony this morning. And again, as I stated, I think sometime last week when they came before us, that the employees' anxiety, those 76 employees' anxiety is as a result of the unknowns. And I'm hoping that in as much that we're able to minimize those unknowns, so that we could be able to get to some resolution and some of the concerns that have been raised by those employees. But until such time that we're able to address the unknowns, I think we'll continue to be in a quagmire in terms of where the employees will go. So I'm hoping that we are able to close that loop as soon as possible. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Dow, in respect to the P3, what is the scoping in terms of the property that's part of the P3? Is it solely the airport facilities? Does it encompass any of the horse track, car track, or any other areas?
No, it's specifically in St. Croix is inside the fence. And of course, part of a spin-off is we always talk about other properties we have, which is the 400 acres across, but it's not encompassing the racetrack. It's not dealing with the car track. So I see exactly where you're going. So they could keep drag racing, they could keep horse racing.
Very well. I just want to make sure that we have full discussion in respect to that. Have there been any funding, any money realized as a result of the signing of the P3? Have VIPA been able to benefit thus far financially as a result of the P3?
No, not necessarily. As part of our due diligence, there was a transaction, and that has to do strictly with all the work that is being done. So in other words, the Port Authority have not received money that they could do whatever they wish with it, whatever from a contractual standpoint. What money was received had to do with all the due diligence that is taking place. These things come with a cost, the consultants and all these other things, yeah.
Are you at liberty to share with this body or this committee what that amount may have been?
Well, I mean, in the spirit of transparency, it would be, and that's something we negotiated, a couple $1 million, but I want to be clear again, that had to do solely with for example, the consultants we have to hire. There are professional people that have to come in to do certain work from time to time. So that's what that money is used for, in different engagement that we're having to get us to the final phase. So there was no money for us to, let's say, bill anything, do anything else. This is strictly the lawyers, the legal stuff that has to go on. This is one of the biggest projects we're probably going to do, in this territory in terms of public-private partnership. So it's a lot of legal work to be done to make sure that everybody is engaged. So all the meetings that we talk about as we speak today, Sky City is in town as we speak today.
So that couple is either 2 or few as in 5 million. How much? How
No,
much is that amount?
I'll tell you, it's not 5 million. It's quite a bit under that.
Well, of us went to John J, right? We know we know how to ask the questions, right? No problem. We'll move on from there. In respect to the hotel development, I know that there's some pending matters before the FAA, and I'm very concerned or very. I want to make sure that we're moving the needle and being able to address the hotel development on St. Croix and that property. I offered that, again, if there's anything that the legislature need to do to move that needle, the last time they came before us, do you see an opportunity for us to be able to weigh in on this so that we could, again, fast track whatever may have been the delay or the time being spent in order for them to make a decision on the hotel development on St. Croix?
No, I don't think there is something for the legislature to do because, as a matter of fact, up to I think last week, I saw some communication where the FAA had requested, they wanted to see another appraiser take a look at it. I think within the next couple of weeks, we'll have that done. They had received the first appraisal that was the responsibility. Now they have asked for to see another appraiser that would verify the previous appraisal that they received. So it's in their shop. We have provided all information.
1 minute.
So it shouldn't be long, too much long. I could never tell what the FAA going to do. But for how we've been moving now, we're at a place where once they get this appraisal that verifies the previous one, we should be just waiting for that answer. Shouldn't be far.
Okay, I heard 2 minutes on my 1 minute remaining on my time. I have 2 questions remaining. One, the Cross Lagoon Fishermen's Pier, we had provided some funding some time back. Is that solely DPNR that's addressing that, or the Port Authority have anything to play with that, as well as the Wilfred Alec Port and Transshipment, the MERAD grant funds that's being made available? Can you speak to what is the design or discussion in regards to how you're expanding the transshipment over at the Alec transshipment terminal?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senate President Francis, for the Cross Lagoon Fishermen's Pier, we have a memorandum of agreement signed with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We are utilizing some of our existing marine consultants to facilitate the planning and design of that facility. That being said, it is falling under the jurisdiction of DPNR in terms of their plan, timeline, et cetera, as it relates to that project. And then over at the Alec terminal, it's not so much an expansion. It's a capital maintenance program, doing structural repairs to the pier, the bulkhead, the fascia, as well as paving. I don't know. there's significant surface deterioration that's occurring over there from all of the cargo traffic movement. And so it's really to modernize that, bring that up to spec, that it will improve the efficiency of operations by all of the shippers using the Alec port.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Madam Finance Chair, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, and Mr. Clerk, if you can just give me an update on the roll call.
Mr. Chair, on the roll call, we have we had 4 present and 3 absent, Senator.
That can be. Do it again. Senator Donna Fred Gregory is here, and I'm here.
5 present and 2 absent.
Thank you. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Good morning.
You're recognized.
Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to my Virgin Islands Port Authority family, and good morning to the listening viewing audience. I mean, the Port Authority was here before the legislature under my committee a few weeks ago. So let's talk a little bit about, I know that you were working with Royal Caribbean on some upland development. How is that going? Are we going to see that come to fruition? And what's the, is there opportunity for other cruise lines to berth at that facility, or that, that pier once it's completed? And I just
Morning, Senator Fred Gregory. The answer is it's going rather well. Up to last week, some of us were in Miami meeting with the Royal Caribbean. It's going rather well. We expect by the end of this year to try, no later than probably January, to close out the entire deal that we're putting together. We have a board meeting come next week, Wednesday. So it's really going fairly well, and we expect other cruise lines could use the facility if they so choose. Right now they use it.
And do we anticipate seeing how many cruise ship? I mean, I don't know if you're at liberty to say this, because I do know some things about this work. But how many are they committing to a certain amount of additional passengers? Yeah, I know that's a tough one. That's like that's secrets that you probably can't reveal. But just
but in just clearly there will be an increase in passengers from what we see today.
Okay, and then in that upland development work, I know that there was a point in time where you were looking at clearing out the subbase area to prepare it for that redevelopment. Is that still on the table?
That's still on the table, and provisions being made for the folks that's down there.
Okay. And then I note of late, as I turn into page 14, that you've been going through a little litmus test on your airports, on the runways in particular, on the runway, I think particularly in this district. So what do we have to look forward to when it comes to that moving forward?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senator Fred Gregory, the runway rehabilitation project is scheduled to take place in 2025. That's done through a mill and overlay. We'll be milling 2 inches of the asphalt off the top and replacing with 3 inches. We've completed the design. We're ready for procurement. We're just waiting for approval from the FAA that funding's available and ready to be utilized by the Port Authority.
Okay, so I'm turning my pages backwards. So now I'm looking at the Transportation Center, the Dale A. Gregory Transportation Center, and that's an awesome project, and I'll never forget when I worked at the Port Authority with you, Mr. Dow, You know that I still call you Mr. Dow. Mr. Dow, right? I was in your office one day, and you said, come, Donna. And you pointed out the window. You see that? We're going to put a parking lot ready. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And it came to fruition. I know some of the rental car.
You know, I don't have my keys.
Okay, somebody's
For the
on
house.
the rental car folks were not so happy about having to contribute to something as important as that. But what I want to ask you today is, are you seeing the fruits of your labor? I know that it's not 100% complete, but as far as revenues, what is it looking like?
Ms. Ava Penn, please.
Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs. Compared to FY 2023, revenues for the parking lot at Sika, Shirley King Airport, was $254,101. For FY 24, it increased by 79% to $455,857.
And did you have increased fees?
We had increased fees. I think that October of 24, 23.
April 20.
April of 23? 24? April of 24.
Okay, so how did you finance that particular project?
It's a combination. Anis say a thing.
I'm just trying to figure
Go
out.
ahead, Anis.
Anis Haj.
Recognize the mic.
Anis Haj, Deputy Executive Director.
1 second. Media, can you recognize the mic of the lady in the dress, green dress? I apologize. I don't know your name.
Anis
Don't feel
Haj.
anyway.
Anis Haj, Deputy Executive Director, VIPA. The Gregory Transportation Center was funded through an EDA grant for $20 million, and matching funds from VIPA operate.
Awesome.
From what?
Awesome, and I actually remember those days when we actually went all the way to Tampa for those types of grants and to DC. So congratulations to y'all on that.
Could I just mention so we could be clear? She's correct that that's how it was financed. But a portion of the monies came from a car rental surcharge fee that we utilized, and that was the big pushback. But we got a couple $1 million from that, and that, which is VIPA, that's why she's saying VIPA. But I want people to understand it's that fee that was attached to cars rented here that helped pay for it.
Yeah, so that's why I made the comment that they were not happy, but now they're enjoying the
Correct.
benefits of that facility. Mr. Chair, can I wrap up?
You may proceed.
Okay, and then you were here, like I said a few weeks ago, so we already drilled down with regards to the Sky City and the like. So just share with me very quickly before we wrap up, what do we have to look forward to? I think you have it in your testimony as far as marine projects for fiscal year. Your fiscal year starts in June or September?
October.
October. So you are on the same fiscal year as the government. So what do we have to look forward to? And I think a few years ago, in 2014-ish, you had floated some bonds for marine projects. And I know many of those projects were done the Red Hook facility, the facility in St. John, a couple of projects will. So just give me a quick update on what projects to date on those bonds. I think it was like 50-something million are not, you are still working on. And then we also set aside, I think I was the sponsor, was the sponsor of that legislation, $950,000 to complete the terminal in Cruz Bay. Where are we with that? I have seen significant work done. And then the other wrap-up is the cultural center and the fact that, are you aware that we set aside I think it's $10 million from the Epstein funds? I fought for that to ensure that we were able to get a cultural center in St. John. I got lots of pushback, not from my colleagues here, but I got pushback on another level. But we have two bites of the apple. Yeah. So help me to understand some of what's going on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Preston will speak to those projects. I'll just answer the last thing first, which is the Port Authority already used the legislation, wrote to the administration to make those funds available. So we're not sleeping on that at all. But Preston, could you speak to a bunch of the projects, please?
Yeah, Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senator Fred Gregory, you touched on a large number of the projects that we have expected for fiscal year 2025 in the marine sector. The Enide Pond Community Park is one. We're looking at wrapping up schematic design in January, where we're then going to re-engage with the community in Q1 to talk about the next steps and what that looks like. The Cruise Bay Dock in St. John, that was also funded by appropriations from the legislature, looking at wrapping up by the end of the year, working with a contractor now to finish out the punch list. We also have the fish market in St. John, also funded with an act of the legislature through an appropriation. We're in design at this stage, looking at getting to 60% and putting that out to bid by mid of 2025. We also have a number of projects that'll be entering design in 2025 through our capital expenditure budget. And then the big ones are the Charlotte Amali Harbor dredging is anticipated to begin in fiscal year 2025, as well as the Crown Bay Terminal Improvements Project at the cargo port in St. Thomas, also expected to begin in calendar year 2025.
Okay, I think you wrapped that up. So that will take care of those bonds that you floated in 2012, 2013.
The 2014 series of bonds, there is excess proceeds. We're working to utilize those on some other projects. One such is the cross-channel dredging over in St. Croix on the South Shore between Crouse Lagoon and Container Port. That's one such project. And then we are looking at refinancing and repurposing those bonds for other marine projects as we move forward.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the leeway, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dow.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for your line of questioning. Director Dow, anyone who can answer this question? I know it was made mention in the testimony that I think there was an independent consultant or something of that nature that provided one-on-one guidance and support for employees. How many individuals actually took advantage of that? You saw where employees took advantage of that?
Well, if you want to speak into the microphone.
Diane Richardson, HR Director. In addition to the consultant meeting with employees, there were the office hours, and employees were also encouraged to give her calls. So I would say out of the 76 employees, she probably met with about half of them.
And my follow-up question to that, to make sure that we get the bang for our buck, was there some level of assessment or analysis done to make sure that by hiring this individual, you have some feedback or evaluation, some evaluation process to make sure that it was done correctly and everything went well and individuals benefited from it?
Anissa, Deputy Executive Director. We actually had meetings from June, July, and August with our employees recently, but that was prior to the initial meetings that we had when we announced this project. In reference to your question, Senator James, to the consultant, there were surveys and everything prepared, and the results was presented to our team in reference to those engagements that she had with our employees. So we have seen some great feedback from her services.
And just for the record, no employee has actually received an offer as yet. So it's just what they anticipate, the question and so forth, which is fine. But no employee have gotten an offer yet.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And page 7 of the testimony speaks to the Henry E. Rolson Airport apron reconstruction. And I want to say to your team, I'm very proud of y'all for what you have been doing so far. But can you elaborate some more as far as the cargo and the cargo apron and how will it be Sky City who's going to be dealing with all of that as well?
Yes.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senator James, the cargo apron project is still going to be maintained and managed by the Port Authority because it is a federally funded project. As the Part 139 certificate holder of the airport, which we will continue to be as we go through this P3 transaction, all of the grants will still be managed by the Virgin Islands Port Authority. We will work collaboratively with Sky City and their operating team to plan and program through our Airport Capital Improvement Plan with the FAA, which is a 5-year planning document that we update yearly.
I'm happy that you mentioned that. So based on what you just said, will there be any other parts of the airport that will be managed and facilitated based on what you just said, like specifically for the cargo apron?
As it relates to the airfield pavements, it will be operated and managed and maintained by Sky City, and they will be serving as our agent operating on behalf of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. But in terms of any of the airfield pavement projects that are expected into the future, similar to what we're doing in St. Thomas, the Virgin Islands Port Authority will always have a role to play. We will always be the one held responsible by the FAA.
And how much has been expended thus far since this project began in April 2024 for the cargo apron?
I need to get back to you on that. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but in total, we're looking at approximately a $15 million project that's currently been executed, and I believe we're in the range of $2 to $3 million that's been expended thus far.
Commissioner Dow, I know that this question I'm about to ask you is not within your control, but I know you know the individual. As far as this body, if I'm not mistaken, this body passed legislation, I think, to pave that road. What's going on there? Any
Which road?
The road for St. Croix Airport.
Oh, okay. I was assured by the Commissioner of Public Works that he expects to do work there. He told me prior to Thanksgiving. With all these rains, I don't know, but that's the last. We get it all the time, and so we really would hope that it's addressed. The Port Authority too. We have written communication. We've asked. The Commissioner is a member of our board, so we talk about it all the time. He assured us that prior to Thanksgiving, he wanted it done.
Hopefully, because we have some blights at the airport. We don't already have the horse tractor sitting there. Then you have the landfill, the road, and it's none of your fault. But I really hope as we multitask and we do these projects that at least the road is very sad, As far as any challenges you may have with the P3 project, do you foresee any challenges, Director Dow, that you would like to bring to our attention? I know the legislature is about to close up in a couple of weeks, but this is my last hearing as the chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Anything as far as litigations, anything as far as financing, any major challenges? Hurricane season about to be finished in a little bit, so thank God for that. Construction will be definitely booming on the island. So any challenges that you may expect when it comes to this P3 project?
There will be challenges because it's something new. But we expect to walk through them, mitigate them, communicate as much as we can. So challenges is something that we all get up every day and have to face. But I don't see no challenge so great that we can't make this happen. And I like to remind folks all the time, leadership dictates you do things sometimes uncomfortable. But we have to look at the whole, which is the territory, and the Port Authority must be prepared to do that. And of course, keeping the employees and their lives in mind.
Understood. And the utilization of the additional land at the St. Croix Airport, I know there were discussions, I think, with VIPA, and the list goes on, I think with some, I can't remember the conversation, but you did mention that in a previous hearing that I held. Would you like to elaborate on that and let us know?
Sure. Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Right now, as it relates to that 400-some acres across the airport road from Henry Rolson Airport, we're currently in the master planning process. Right now, all of that is called out with the FAA as aviation property. It will maintain that until there is a master plan and update to our airport layout plan. So we're expecting through calendar year 2025 into calendar year 2026 that master planning process will be ongoing. That will include public outreach, will include working with other entities within the government of the Virgin Islands who may have a vested interest in that property to outline the long-term future of that property. That also includes coordination and communication with Sky City, as well as the Economic Development Authority as it relates to the South Shore Opportunity Zone.
Last month, we actually participated in the South Shore Trade Zone Conference with the Economic Development Authority. And from the VIPA perspective, that was our presentation in reference to how those properties are available for investment opportunities. They had about, I think, 11 to 12 investors there. And they did take site visit tours of those properties as well. So we are in communication with EDA and working closely with them about the South Shore Trade Zone opportunities for investment.
Thank you for placing that on the record. I will do a quick rapid round if any of my colleagues do have any burning questions. So we will start with Senator Blyden, and you're recognized for 2 minutes. Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, Mike.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Dow, let me ask you in respect to the 3P and the Sky City, which will develop, finance, and operate the airports on behalf of VIPA during the lease term. So my question is, what the length of the lease between Sky City and VIPA, number one, and what are, in terms of lease payments, etc., what does that look like? Can you tell me, Mike, please?
Sorry, could you? I couldn't.
Thank you. That's better?
Yes.
Okay, in respect to the P3 with Sky City, which will develop, finance, and operate the airport on behalf of VIPA, right? So my question is, what is the length of the lease between VIPA and Sky City, and what are its terms in terms of lease payments, etc.?
No.
That's my two questions.
None of that has been concluded because when we design, based on the project that's being designed, the amount of investment that's going to come, well, we have an idea what the investment going to be, hundreds of millions of dollars, would be commensurate with how much time.
1 minute.
How much time they'll get. So we have not finalized how much years, what the lease is going to be. All of that is discussion that we're having. That closeout would come possibly by the next, probably January or sometime. But that's the kind of discussions we're having now for the investment that they're going to put in.
And Sky City has had other P3 under their belt before? Have they done it before?
Well, not Sky City. Sky City is a new name just for this project. But the principals, the people involved in Sky City, this is stuff they have done all throughout the,
And how was the...
They have done it before.
Okay, very well. How were the employee relations with those principals based on your due diligence and...
Those things are always subjective. The staff and ourselves, we went to several facilities, visited several, and people were raving about it. But, I mean, let's be frank. There's going to be somebody who say it wasn't good for them. But and final analysis is what we able to, one shoe don't fit all. So it's what we put in our agreements and the safeguards that we have. And that's why the people that we have been guided by, we're not, besides the staff here, the gentleman you see back there, Mr. Larry Belinsky, this is what he have done all over the country, and also the legal people that we have had, because I tell people all the time, we must not be afraid to know what we don't know and reach out for the proper help and guidance. So.
Thank you again for your responses, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Capehart. All right, moving right along. Okay. Senator Capehart, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. The only question I have, Mr. Dow, is the infrastructure of the Henry E. Wilson Airport on St. Croix. How old is that airport?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. The age of the infrastructure varies depending on the area of the airport that we're talking about. There are elements of the terminal that were constructed in the 80s. There's other elements of the terminal that were constructed in the early 2000s. And then there's other elements that were constructed in 2021. As it relates to the runway, we have original pavement dating back to the 70s. We have the extension that was completed in the early 2000s. We have brand new airfield pavement there that was completed just last year. And then, on the apron, it varies in age. But that's all covered under our pavement management program.
Okay, so let's talk about the plumbing and electrical. Is there any possibilities of, or any discussion being had to create a whole new infrastructure because certain parts of the airport is older than others, like plumbing, electrical? Any discussion is being had on creating a whole new infrastructure?
Yes, the terminal development for St. Croix is expected to be a completely new terminal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Director, are there any legal matters or any litigation that may hamper the P3 project going forward, or right now? Let's see.
Not to my knowledge. I don't. Anis?
Yeah. Anis, Deputy Executive Director, VIPA. Senator Graff, right now we have about 7 or 8 different work streams that are involved in this P3 process, and one of those is the legal work stream. So we're currently working on all those type of issues when it comes to legal, as well as our consultant back there, Nick. He's one of our VIPA legal consultants. So there's about 7 work streams for different areas, and legal is one of those to address those issues.
So is that a yes? Any litigation?
No. As we speak today, I don't know of any legal challenge we have.
Correct.
What we have done is made sure that we have engaged. We had, at some point, we had attorney locally, Jennifer Jones. We had attorney through the fence in St. Croix. We also have Mayor Brown, that's the gentleman back there. These is people who have done these kind of things. Right. We had the Jones and these folks locally because they're more familiar with our local laws and to make sure that we don't go afoul.
1 minute.
So we're doing the due diligence necessary.
You're ahead of the game. Okay, good. And the Gregory Transportation Center, is that completed where it is at the end now, or the uncovered parking lot, will it extend up further out, or that's it?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. The current superstructure that you see for the parking garage is the full extent of the parking garage.
Okay.
But there will be the flat part, there still would be additional parking or whatever.
Yeah, the flat surface lot will be utilized by the rental cars as rental car return and quick service area.
Perfect. Now, 2 last things. Who will, once the construction is going on for the P3 of the airports, who will do the advertising of where they are? The advertising out to the public, because I noticed some of the construction, when I left to go last year, there was construction in the airport taking place. There was an inconvenience that, again, a lot of persons complained about it. So who would be responsible for maintaining that advertisement, putting out to the public abroad, that this is what we are undergoing, and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think I'll be the first to say I was just traveling out recently and the staff, and as we were sitting at the airport, and then we stopped in Miami, I was like, wait a minute, we need more signage. We didn't have enough locally, so we have to do a better job. It'll be a joint kind of situation where the port would make sure that the contractors, that they do have those signages all over. Our public relations person, Ms. Monifa Bradford, does an exceptional job to me in terms of informing the public, but we'll do more of it. Sorry.
Yeah. Anissa, Deputy Executive Director. We also have a communications work stream. That is, we have one locally with VIPA in conjunction with Monifa Bradford, like the ED is saying, but Sky City also has a whole communication team that we're working with as well. So we're in conjunction doing a joint effort to address those advertising issues. There's websites and other public information that we'll be pushing out as a joint effort.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers and staff alike. My line of questioning goes back because I just like to make sure, based on what was initially said to me, if things still stand or things have changed. One of the questions I directly asked Port Authority Director Dow at the meeting I attended in St. Croix had specifically to do with the simultaneous build out of both of the airports in St. Thomas and St. Croix, because I get very concerned with projects where one might linger behind the other. And what you did share with me back then is that you will be making sure that they start and worked on simultaneously. Is that something still in the plans, and that's the intention of Sky City to do these two airports simultaneously?
Yes, that's correct. We expect both facilities to begin at the same time.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Another question we had touched on, we had talked about some property across the street from where the current airport is at, and the potential development of that, because I think it also belongs to the airport, if I recall correctly.
1 minute.
Is that something that is going to be part of the project or not?
Preston Bauer, Director of Engineering. Senator Heiliger, that is not currently a part of the P3 project. VIPA is undertaking the master planning process for St. Croix that includes those 400 acres. We will be coordinating with Sky City as well as other relevant and potential interested parties through the government of the Virgin Islands about the future plans for that property. Of course, there is the opportunity that if Sky City is interested in that, that's something that we can work with them, but it is not currently envisioned as part of the deal as it stands today.
As of right now. Okay, well, that's what I wanted to get a little bit more information on, because I knew it was a potential option as the property is literally adjacent from the airport. Thank you for the additional time, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator. Senate President Francis, followed by Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senate President, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Dow, in respect to the Hera St. Croix Airport and the fact that the P3 involve a new construction, is it the intent of Sky City to also continue to manage the old facility simultaneous with the build-out of the new one?
Go ahead.
Preston Bauer, Director of Engineering. Yes.
Very well. Thank you. And I just want to say that the road, again, the East and West Airport Road leading up to the airport, I've been in discussion up to this morning with the administration as well as the proposed contractor so that we could get some movement on that particular issue. So I'm hoping that by as soon as next week, we could see some movement on that. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Dow, in regards to, let me commend the work that's been done with Royal Caribbean with the increase of port calls on St. Croix. Is there any other takers, any other interest from Carnival or any of the other cruise lines in regards to a port call on St. Croix?
1 minute.
Well, remember, Carnival called and St. Croix, they brought a couple ships. Virgin Voyages brought some. But so, yeah, we expect to kind of continue to extend and press so that we could have other ships come to St. Croix. Again, Royal Caribbean brings the great amount of passengers there, and normally they don't want to be left behind. So remember now, for a period of time, none of the ships were going to St. Croix. So after Royal started there was another destination that their visitors were experiencing. Then we had a couple calls from Carnival and Ritz-Carlton, high-end luxury line. and Virgin Voyages. So we expect to see some growth. We'll continue to have those discussions with other lines as well.
Okay, and any particular survey, exit survey that we need to be concerned about in terms of infrastructure or things that we could do improve so that again we could be able to continue to be attractive to the cruise line? Anything of interest that that you would like to mention at this time?
I'm glad you went on the road. One of the things that, and even for the territory, I spoke with the acting commissioner Brooks. And we must be mindful of the safety for all. So first people say, well, you only worry about them. No, we worry about the safety for all, to include our residents. But we can't continue to say that we don't have the availability for some resources. This is the bread and butter. The cruise industry, well, tourism generally is what pays the bills for the government. And so we've got to make sure that we safeguard the area, for all of us, for all of our sake. But we must make sure that people could come here safely, enjoy the place, and tell a good story. That's one. And the other thing is we have encouraged folks on the St. Croix end. We could continue to up those numbers in St. Croix. What we hope to see is the private sector in St. Croix now saying, look, it was 40,000, it was zero, it's 40. Now it's going to be over 245,000. Let's now start investing in some of the excursions that they could, whether it's a cultural something, whether it's restaurants. One of the things I keep telling folks in St. Croix, I had this conversation a long time ago with Mr. Bobo Bates. When he was talking horse racing, I said, listen, if you take something like the Kontiki and put down there, it's an investment, but I will guarantee you, the Kontiki that you see operates in St. Thomas could carry about 300 passengers. All they do, they have a steel pan on it, they have some cruise and rum on it, they drive around for a minute, pull up to a beach, but whether or not, when you come from Montana and Idaho, that's an excursion in of itself for those folks. So while we take it for granted, these are some of the things we need to invest in St. Croix. The diving does pretty well, but we have to expand those things. We expect that our the platform, the pair that we use, we're working hard and diligently on that to make sure it's available.
Thank you very much for saying that. I just want to close off by saying that we too, from this end, this body has provided some funding through our Catalyst Fund to support those type of initiatives for our small business community to be able to, again, expand their ideas and be able to utilize some of our Catalyst funding to support those initiatives. So thank you for saying that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senate President Francis. Madam Finance Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm glad that we went down this road because that's where I was going. So I know that we made a decision and we supported the allowing the cruise lines to keep their casinos open while in port. We did that a few weeks ago. And my colleague that spoke before me, he ventured into the small business discussion, and you yourself, Mr. Dow, spoke about ideas and opportunities that could become available. Let me ask you, it is of concern to me, but I'm hoping that work is occurring behind the scenes. Let me ask you, is there any discussions, tabletop meetings, etc., with tourism, Port Authority, EDA, to really begin to have the discussion around encouraging, sharing with small business individuals who may be interested in opening small businesses to support this venture and ensuring that once our tourists are on the ground on St. Croix in the evenings, in particular in Frederiksted, there is in fact stuff for them to do. We want them to come stay in the casino and don't come out and support our businesses. So we have to make sure that there is a balance. So there must be a deliberate, or intentional is the word, intentional approach to ensuring that we did what we had to do on the ground to get small businesses to be engaged. And to Senator, to my colleagues that spoke before me, point, That's one of the things that we did with the Epstein dollars. I think, colleagues, what we haven't done is we have not shared enough with the community. You know, a lot of times we pass these measures and we allow the executive branch to take credit. We set aside some $10 million, and not less than, I think, 60 or 40% of that $10 million shall be used to support small business ventures. So that's something that's very, very important. This is a perfect opportunity to make sure that we are able to expand these businesses to support what's happening in Frederiksted, St. Croix, and of course, what's happening here. But more important for me for this discussion is the casino being open in Frederiksted. So is there any discussions? Is there any deliberate conversations around this? Because I think if we don't have deliberate conversations around this, then we're going to have another missed opportunity.
Thanks. I can tell you of no discussion that we are engaged with on this level with tourism. What I can tell you, though, is that, as a matter of fact, led by the chairman of our board, Willa John, and ourselves, we have been meeting with Royal Caribbean. We are going as far in as we can go in terms of the relationship. And that's why I want all of us to recognize that $5 fee additional that Royal Caribbean is paying in St. Croix is for a couple things. To enhance, and we have some work to do at the pier, but also to create an incubator for small businesses in St. Croix for them to develop additional type of attractions or tours. So that $5, part of it is exactly that. That's what we're discussing with Royal Caribbean. And we don't have a lot of patience. We've got to move, and that's why with the partnership, that's where we're heading.
Okay, I should suggest that you, if not necessarily the discussion with tourism, but I strongly suggest that there should be a conversation with at least EDA, since we have this funding available. And not only for those small businesses, but overall small businesses that to support the industry. Okay, so know that that's available.
We will. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Director Doe, I know at one point you came on this floor and you told us about a possible aviation program or something you're working on. I think it was on St. Thomas or something. No?
Sorry, could you? I know.
Aviation program. Because you know at one point we had that issue with pilots. I remember during COVID and what have you. And I remember the discussion about aviation program. And as we speak about the P3 projects and what have you, enhancing the airports, did anybody approach you or are there any conversations revolving possible partnerships with aviation programs for youth?
I know that there is still that discussion. The Board of Education, I know Senator Gomez and myself have been talking about, Senator Novel France. A couple of people have been involved in that, but today I can tell you that there were, I think it was like $500,000 was supposed to be set aside for a program. So that's about the extent that I know. The one thing, and I'm glad you referenced that, is because these are things that as a community really pays dividends. Last week, I received a text message from Mr. Sheldon Martin. Mr. Sheldon Martin is that young man who was working Kmart and was going down to the airport doing the flight school. And he is now flying for United. He flew into the territory. And while on his flight just last week, he sent me a picture of himself and another young man in the cockpit. And with he being the commander of that plane, and indicated to me, Mr. Dow, here we have another Virgin Islander flying with me as my junior pilot, and he is from St. Croix. And all he ended with saying, let's do it when he landed in St. Croix. So you know what he meant. But it pays dividends, and when we have these opportunities to bring young people in the fold, so maybe that's something we really need to spend a lot of time on. I know the university, there was some money supposed to be given to the university. I don't know where it is overall, to be frank with you.
All right. Hopefully the 36th legislature will follow up and create some kind of conversation, because we have to make sure that as we speak about investing in our airports, that we invest in our youth. So in the next 5 to 10 years, we see an influx of pilots and the list goes on. We could keep the money here and all that good stuff. But my question to you, as far as the infrastructure for the Henry E. Rosen Airport, I know currently you have a fire station, you have a conference room, there's an area for the taxi men. Can you just give us an idea of the enhancements and the improvements in those areas?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Chairman James, the enhancements and the like are going to be through a new terminal development that's going to include those types of areas for the taxi staging area, rental car facilities, passenger boarding bridges. It's really about modernizing the entire facility to ensure that there's efficient operations. Amenities, restaurants, baggage handling system, everything is intended to be brand new.
And I'm going to stick on the conversation of the fire station, right? We're going to have a cargo facility and the list goes on. So we're experiencing things that we will never have before, that we never had before. And we always have to worry about heightened security, and the list goes on, possible threats of terrorism, and the list goes on. So can you touch a little bit about the fire station, the improvements in that area? Because I want to make sure as we have these cargoes and all these things coming through our airport, that we're very mindful of the potential of threats coming into our territory.
The fire station that we have currently, with its little challenges like anything else, is relatively new. That was a federal grant. We built that thing just a few, 2018? Yeah, so that's relatively new. What we must work on is some new apparatus. We're going to have to, when it's December, we should have 2 new apparatus landing in the territory, 1 for each district. But we've got to upgrade the type of equipment, some of the equipment that we have. We have a brand new piece of apparatus in St. Croix, 1 in St. Thomas. One of those apparatus costs $1 million. Good thing is that the last couple that we have purchased for $1 million, 90% was paid by the federal government.
And then as far as showcasing our culture, I love Puerto Rico Airport. When you go through the Puerto Rico Airport, you have an idea, without even living in Puerto Rico, you have an idea of what Puerto Rico is about. And I would really like to see that when it comes to this P3 project. So I'm just putting it out there. I'm not telling you to put my dress all over the airport and all that stuff, but at least have individuals have a glimpse of our culture. We see those things. Look, right now we have little paper thing clip up there, and that's something like some kindergarten I do. We need to make sure when moving forward that we display our culture to the world, especially if you're going to see an increase in foot traffic, increase in flights. I just want to make sure moving forward that we let the world know we are Virgin Islanders and we're proud.
Yeah, definitely. We have discussed that with the folks. As a matter of fact, during the presentation, they did their own research too. During their own, the company that came in and did the presentation, they had the madras, they had all kind of design locally incorporated in it. They came to the territory, they look around, and they understand the cultural sensitivity to the territory. So we'll make sure, Preston.
To build on Executive Director Dow's statement, the sense of place is paramount in both terminal developments, and recognizing, while it is one Virgin Islands, that there is individual and independent cultural elements at both airports that are to be included as a part of the redevelopment.
Please do, because I went to Jamaica during Reggae Month, and I felt like I was at Jamaica, and I felt part of the culture. And I just want to make sure moving forward that we think outside of the box and really let the world know who we are, So I'm just placing that on the record. With that said, I think we have exhausted this conversation. So Executive Director Dow, I will give an opportunity to close up.
I'd just like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of your colleagues, and those of you who was re-elected, congratulations. Those of you who just offer yourself up, as a matter of fact, it's not an easy thing. So I want to congratulate each and every one of you and whatever you decide to do in the future. But on behalf of the Port Authority, we just not only thank you, but I want to thank the entire team that's with me and those who are back at the office and those people who continue. The Port Authority, I tell them, is not Carlton Dow, but it's over 300 and plus employees that go and do this every day. So, and more than, I also have to mention, again, a board meeting soon, I have to give a shout out to the board members that sort of sign my check.
You're very good. Well, I just want to say thank you for all that you do, and to your team, continue the great work. With that said, the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will stand in recess until the next item on the agenda is ready. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby out of recess. We will proceed to the next item on the agenda, but for those who have just tuned in, earlier we heard from Executive Director Carlton Dow regarding the P3 projects for the St. Croix and St. Thomas Airport and the updates on the various ports and to give us an update on what's going on with our cruise ships and what have you. We have the next item on the agenda, so Mr. Clerk, I'm kindly asking if you can read that into the record.
The committee will consider Bill number 35-0396, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to reestablish weekly harbor night events in Frederiksted, St. Croix, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Joseph B. Busholti, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, Chairman Shamari Moorhead, Our Town Frederiksted, Akil St. John, Chairman of the Board, St. Croix Chambers of Commerce, the Honorable Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VI Ports Authority, Executive Director, Amy Grills Carnino, Our Town Frederiksted, John P. Woods, President, St. Thomas St. John Chambers of Commerce, and Mr. Noel Hodge, Chief Operations Officer, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Mr. Chair, that concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Before I ask who speaks to this bill, I just want to make sure that we have proper connection on the island of St. Croix. I think I see two individuals in the chambers. All right. Thank you both for being here. Nice madrastai, Shamari. We will now, who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your introduction of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask my colleagues for the support of Bill number 35-0396. There are more than 4,200 ports worldwide, and many of those ports host regularly scheduled port festivities for its tourists and other stakeholders. These activities include local dinners prepared at the ports for tourists to indulge in cultural food experiences, stage shows and activities, and the vendor experience. Bill number 35-0396 is simply the structure for festivities at our ports. The bill brings stakeholders together to grow our tourism product and provides the opportunity for local talent, vendors, and other stakeholders to showcase their investment in these Virgin Islands. The goal is to increase participation of local vendors. Large companies like Six Flags even host related Harbor Nights events during the summers and market to adults only. One Caribbean island provides local and visitors with a uniquely orchestrated retail dining and entertaining experience. Their tourism ministry collaborated with its private-public partners to provide local craftsmen and artisans and the opportunity to showcase themselves alongside culinary delights as diverse as the local population give away to live performances and cultural expositions. In a public-private partnership opportunity, Governor Bryan has provided a lump sum of funds for private organizations like Our Town Frederiksted to do activities for the respective towns in the both St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts. It's time for us as legislators to push for the regular appropriations and build out of infrastructure, shore power, waste removal, clean water, stage activities that includes local businesses, vendors, artists, and anyone who has a marketable talent to big up the Virgin Islands. We will welcome all as well. Port Night, which I have an amendment, Mr. Chair, to change the name from Harbor Night to Port Night, is a revenue generator for the territory. VIPA can collect more revenues from the cruise lines than what they collect from residents. Yes, this bill stands to generate more revenues than what the territory collects from our residents. Act number 8935 can be utilized to increase ship calls, but bill number 350396 can not only be used as a tool to increase cruise ships in our ports, it also stages activities to bring the people off the cruise ships. Hence the language that mandates casino and gambling activities at the port or nearby. It establishes an infrastructure to fill the need of cruise ships to bring them into our territory. This bill is not only good for St. Croix, but it brings its revenues that we will stand to benefit from. And I just wanted to just give some clarification. In the past, when we had Harbor Night, the benefits of Harbor Night was for the cruise liners were bunkering. This time it would be for electricity, which is shore power. It would be for clean water. It would be for waste disposal. These are the things that cruise liners look at ports that they can benefit while being in the port. So this is one thing that I included in the bill, and changing the name from Harbor Night so don't create any conflicts with the Feather. So I just wanted to say, Mr. Chair and colleagues, that there are amendments that some of the testimony I see that we have presented and concerns, they are already being addressed in amendments forthcoming. So I ask my colleagues to support this legislation that brings economic development. I ask for your support, colleagues, on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart, for your introduction of Bill number 35-0396. So far, I have seen 4 testifiers, and I will work with what I have. I'm not sure if there are any via video conference. If media can just give me a signal if we do. I think I heard someone's voice. All right, I guess not. So we will work with what we have here today. So we will start with the testifiers introducing themselves. We will start with the St. Croix District.
Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Good afternoon, Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director, Port Authority.
And in the St. Thomas District.
Good afternoon, Noel Hodge, Chief Operating Officer, WAPA Water.
Good afternoon, Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
And once again, media, if there are anyone participating via virtual, just let me know. So we'll work with what we have. We will start with the St. Croix District, the testimony of Shamari Haynes. Mr. Shamari Haynes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Javon E. James, Sr., Chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Senators, legislative staff, colleagues, and the present viewing and listening audiences. I am Shamari Haynes, appearing today on behalf of Commissioner Joseph Basholti and the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. Thank you for extending an invitation to testify on Bill number 35-0396, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to reestablish weekly Harbor Night events in Frederiksted, St. Croix, as sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart. After thorough review of Bill number 35-0396, the Department of Tourism stands in support of the proposed concept, which would benefit St. Croix's tourism portfolio. Increased activity in Frederiksted will offer the community and visitors alike a chance to experience its historical charm and culture of the Big Island. In conjunction with the government's executive projects to strengthen and repair St. Croix's infrastructure, we continue to explore ways to increase commerce throughout the territory. Currently, the proposed legislation outlines the weekly event. However, based on our extensive industry knowledge, we suggest beginning with a monthly event. Within a monthly structure, local businesses and vendors will have an opportunity to increase revenue, gain exposure, and reach visiting clientele without the immense pressures of weekly deliverables, while also allowing the Department of Tourism adequate time to plan, execute, and promote the events. When time permits, or in the event that cruise partners increase late boarding on St. Croix, we could consider implementing smaller scale weekly events as an added incentive. As it pertains to the requirement of having pop-up casinos as part of Harbor Night, while we welcome the idea, we are not the subject matter experts. Therefore, we request that the body considers amending Bill number 35-0396, Section 1, which obligates the Department of Tourism to have pop-up casinos by removing or reassigning this matter to the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission. I thank you again for inviting me to share my thoughts, and I stand ready for any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Shamari Haynes. I guess we will come up to the St. Thomas District. Executive Director Carlton Dow, you may proceed with the reading of your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Javon James Sr., Chairperson of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. All senators present, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony for Bill number 35-0396 that will require the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to reestablish weekly harbor nights in Frederiksted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Virgin Islands Port Authority supports this bill that will provide a family-friendly and culturally infused event for the residents and visitors in St. Croix, while enhancing the territory's tourism industry. Harbor Night was hosted in the historic town of Frederiksted at the Annie Abramson Marine Facility, locally referred to as Frederiksted Pier. VIPA will assist the Department of Tourism with the return of the popular event to Frederiksted. However, if any resources or manpower is required, we would need to know what those costs are and be paid to implement the additional services being requested. Visitors and residents alike would enjoy the experience of Harbor Night. It highlights the best of St. Croix that St. Croix has to offer. Traditional foods, drinks, treats, music, dance, and other forms of entertainment are exciting ways to highlight the unique cultural heritage of the island and energize the nightlife on St. Croix. It will also provide economic opportunities for vendors, ground transportation services, and many other businesses that participate in the event, such as security services and companies that will provide equipment to host the event at the pier. The return of Harbor Nights could also be attraction to market to our cruise partners and encourage their ships to sail along in St. Croix, allowing the cruise passengers to participate in these events. We do have two concerns about the bill as presented. First, VIPA cannot allow pop-up casinos operations at its cruise facility in Frederiksted due to such liability issues. Also, the bill speaks about the installation of water lines for shore power and potable water. VIPA's long-term goal is to provide shore power and water at its cruise ship piers, keeping in mind that the water must meet the EPA standards. However, we cannot guarantee that these amenities will be in place by December of 2025. VIPA remains committed to working with all government and private entities to improve the territory's tourism product and keep the U.S. Virgin Islands competitive in its global industry. Tourism is a powerful economic driver and provides jobs for thousands of Virgin Islanders, stimulates investments, encourages cultural exchange, and generates revenue. It is the bread and butter of our economy, and it behooves us all to do the things that will make the U.S. Virgin Islands a destination to remember. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my testimony. I am prepared to answer any questions you or your colleagues might have. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Dow. Last but not least,
Senator, WAPA was not asked to prepare testimony, but I'm available to answer questions.
understood. All right. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will take a quick recess. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is out of recess. We just heard testimony from the testifiers. We do have quorum. We have 4 individuals present here. We will start with a quick line of questioning of 3 minutes, starting with Senator Blyden.
Point of information or point of clarification, Senator.
Point of information, Senator Diane Capehart, you recognize?
Yes, in my opening, I wanted to mention that, wanted to tell my colleagues that there are amendments as it pertains to some of the concerns, the harbor night to be changed to port night, to trademark the name port night, to authorize the government stakeholders for charging fees, to change the weekly to monthly. There's also pending amendments, if this measure passes, for the committee and rules, to define mobile casinos. An amendment also for changing the year from December 2025 to June 2026. Also, having discussions with WAPA Carl Knight, where the WAPA to build out that infrastructure for the water and electricity, all of that would that ballpark figure is about $4 to $5 million. I've asked in my amendment for $1 million for Port Authority and Waste Management, and $4 million for WIPA. This is a benefit for our ports. These are things that when cruise ships dock into the ports are things that they would be able to benefit. If individuals are not sure what shore power is, it's drawing power from the land-based electrical grid while docked instead of running its own engines to generate electricity. This is a value that cruise ship lines look for. So I wanted to just mention some of these concerns have been addressed in amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again, Executive Director Dow, and good afternoon to the professional from the Department of Tourism. In respect to this bill, it would have been nice to have other individuals from the government in terms of, to testify in terms of the funding, because I'm hearing these different amounts in amendments. First of all, I haven't seen an amendment, but nonetheless, to know exactly where the fund is coming from, because they need to have a funding source. That's my concern, to be honest with you. It's a very good bill in terms of the intent, but I have some concerns also. Also, one of my concerns is with the portable casinos. I think that's going to be a challenge also moving forward. In respect to the casino law and how that space operates. But nonetheless, another concern of mine is the water lines, the portable water lines. I know Mr. Hatch is here. You know, and they're giving time frames, but at the same time, we have had time frames for portable water lines for affordable housing for many years, and we have been waiting and working with the authority to see exactly how that's coming forth for those individuals also. So I just have some questions and concerns in respect to all of the above. But the bill is a very well-intended bill, but honestly, the logistics of the bill, I do not see it coming together during this time frame that's the bill is speaking to. I still have not seen an amendment, like I stated. I have not seen an amendment, but the sponsor says she have several amendments to address several concerns. But it's important also that we do see the amendments to know what we are dealing with moving forward. I really don't have much of any question in respect to the bill, because, like I said, I have these concerns with the bill based on the testimonies I've heard thus far. And also, the Department of Tourism have some concerns, and Port Authority
1 minute.
have some concerns with the bill and it's self-explanatory with their testimony and their responses. So I can concur with those concerns. They are legitimate. So I want to thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Madam Finance Chair. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Okay, I didn't realize it was my turn, but good afternoon, everyone. So I took opportunity to review this measure, and I think one of the things we've done in the 35th legislature is sort of over-legislate. And I think that this particular measure is a reflection of over-legislating. When I look at the measure, we are once again legislating what our tourism department should do, and we are obligating the Tourism Revolving Fund for some $300,000 on an annual basis. And then we have further, in the amendment that is before us, obligating another $5 million to, I think, WIPA, $4 million to WIPA, I'm hearing now, and $1 million to the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I don't know if you guys recalled, but when we worked on the FY 2025 budget, we actually struggled to balance this budget. Just yesterday, the Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Tourism sat here with us for another measure that was before the legislature. I think it was maybe the abandoned vehicles. And I took the opportunity to have a conversation with her, and we had a sidebar about the number of outstanding vendor payments that's owed to vendors. That's owed to vendors via the Department of Tourism and the Tourism Revolving Fund.
1 minute.
It's over 400 vendors that's owed. So the number is high, but the number of vendors owed is high, but the amount is only around, I think, it's a few $1 million. But at this time, as a chair of the Finance Committee, I cannot in good conscience support a measure of this nature. We just approved the FY 2025 budget, and these amounts are very significant. We're not talking about $25,000, $30,000. We're talking about millions of dollars. This is not something that I can do as a responsible legislator. What I do believe, though, because I don't really have any questions myself for the testifiers. What I do believe, though, is it's important for us to have these types of activities, and Harbor Nights is an important activity to the town of Frederiksted. But I believe that, I don't know if you were able to read Mr. Moorhead's testimony, but it's important to harken back to some of the work that's being done at Port Authority with public-private partnerships. An event like this, events like these require public-private partnership. May I wrap up? We cannot continue to bear down on the limited government resources for these types of events. Just a few months ago, we had to, our Medicaid program is short, and as a result of that, they have dialed back on the amount of hours our elderly can receive as far as caregivers, the individuals who come in and provide support to them. So in my good conscience at this time, as I read the legislation, I saw it for the first time this morning, I am unable to support this measure as presented. And then there are other things in here that's not within the purview of some of the agencies, like the casino, notwithstanding licenses to allow established casinos in St. Croix. Is there anyone here from the Casino Commission, Mr. Chair? Yeah, so at this time, I'm just going to rest. I cannot support this measure. We've done two. I guess I just want to start this. Okay, when we did a music festival, and then what was the other one? The last one that we approved. I cannot in good conscience appropriate any more funds from the TARF, because the TARF does not have the available resources to support this. As I spoke with them just yesterday, they have yet to appropriate, to allot the $1 million needed for the St. Croix district for the St. Croix festivals. So I'm unable to support this at this time. I just want to be very upfront on this one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You can place 3 minutes on the clock for me, and then we will go to the sponsor of the measure. To Mr. Shamari Haynes, my question to you, as far as the history of Harbor Night, the story behind of Harbor Night, we are all familiar what transpired years ago and how great it was. But do you have any background information on why it stopped, why it was discontinued? Any historical information or anything you can place on the record? Just want to ask you that question.
Good afternoon, Senator. Not at this time.
All right, and let's just say in the absence of this bill, right, is this something that could happen without legislation, or do you think it needs legislation?
The reestablishment of Harbor Nights or Port Night can happen without legislation. It would require public-private partnerships, as mentioned by Senator Donna Fred Gregory. The reality is we're strapped for resources, so we would need to make sure that we have some support on our end and enough support to provide to the private entities.
And just with your experience and knowledge, something of this nature, how long do you think it would take to plan and get us back on track for events of this nature?
A few months. I think that June 2025 is quite a realistic deadline. It could happen for December of this year. December of next year as well. But it's quite similar to planning any large community event or large scale event. You would want to make sure that you have enough communication in terms of vendors and all those who play a part in making the event a success. But I do believe that June of next year is pretty much achievable.
And if there is anything within this measure that you fully support, what would that be?
Definitely the return of the event in general. I think that it is a great economic driver for the town of Frederiksted, and more so for the island of St. Croix.
Understood. I will stop right there. As far as questions, we had a conversation a while ago, and I must admit, there should have been some other individuals here today, but that is not my job. My job is to reach out to the sponsor of the measure and to work with them and to try my best to facilitate. I would really wish if the governor's financial team was here, because this bill is more than just putting on an event. We're talking about dollars, and I'm happy that the finance chair is here as well. So many moving parts. And I'm trying my best to be careful because I don't want to shoot down the idea. I really hope at some point it's the town of Frederiksted catches back itself. But we will hear from the sponsor of the measure, and we will move. I think I hear a voice.
Senator Francis Heiliger.
Oh, Senator Francis Heiliger, you're back. Thank you. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. First and foremost, I am in personal belief that Harbor Nights, even if it gets changed to Port Night, should be coming back to the Frederiksted St. Croix area. I have attended it over the years when I was in St. Croix, and I loved it. But what I will say is that I think once again, as a Senate body, we are attempting to take away the authority from the Festival Division and the Tourism Office from doing their job. When that piece of legislation was passed, it was vested into that department, and that particular division was created for things such as this. I think a lot of these things could be had with conversations and encouragement and reaching out to the tourism department and even making sure that public-private partnerships can be done. As the testifier shared before, this could actually be done by them reaching out. I don't know why they had not made any type of attempt previously outside of this discussion to potentially reach out to private partners in order to potentially bring back Harbor Nights, but if it's something they could look into. But for me to sit here and say that we need to create another law to tell them to do their job, I don't think is necessary. We've attempted to go down this road twice in the 35th legislature. For me, Two is a lot. So I don't think we need to keep creating laws to force an institution to do a job that they're already legally vested to do. I do look forward, if they're going to seriously want to bring back Harbor Nights, that they do make the attempt to reach out to the private sector to get this done. And some of my major concerns after reading this piece of legislation had to do with the casino aspect of it. As you know, during a previous session, we had some discussions about the ports and the cruise ships coming in and opening casinos. How would this aspect look? I would have liked the Casino Control Commission to be here because we would have gotten some kind of feedback as to how this could have been incorporated or if it can or cannot be done, as well as other series of things when it comes to financial aspect. As you know, we were very cash-strapped this year when we were going through the budget cycle, as well as the things we had to do coming up with creative ways to fill this budget shortfall. So when I am thinking a festival, and then I'm hearing millions, 5, 6 million, I get very cautious because I'm one of the more conservative ones when it comes to how we spend government funds. So, Mr. Chair, could I just wrap up my final part of my statement?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm a little bit more conservative how we spend government funds, and it is my opinion that we could have dug in a little bit deeper to see how we could have focused more on the government partnering outside versus us potentially taking on so much of this financial responsibility. So I hope that that is something you guys would do outside of legislation. And unfortunately, how this bill is drafted right now, even with where I hear some of the amendments, I cannot support it at this time because I don't think we consistently need to be over-legislated. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do apologize for being late. I had a couple meetings to try to address quick. Department of Tourism, have anybody, do they support it, this bill? Anybody from tourism here?
Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, we do. We stand in support of the bill.
You stand in support of it? Okay, so the $300,000 for it, and I know from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, is anyone from OMB here to tell us how much money is in that fund right now? Because I know we really pressed the fund and every penny we did for the 25 budget. So I'm just wondering about anyone from OMB here? No one from OMB? No? Okay, because the funding is the issue. Now, in regards to Harbor Night, I know that was an event that they used to have years ago. How often was that event had years ago? Was it every week or every month or tourism?
I'm not 100% sure, Senator. I could find out shortly.
Yeah, if you could find out for me, because I do know of it, and I know it was an event, but my understanding, I thought it was an annual event. So the proposal is for a weekly or monthly event like that. What does $300,000 do for a weekly or monthly event on an annual basis? Could you tell me what is the Deputy Commissioner?
I'll get back to you shortly, Senator. I'm finding out right now as we speak.
Okay, so that's for the first part. But for the second part of the question, what would it take to put this event on a weekly basis or monthly basis? Is $300,000 sufficient?
I don't think that $300,000 is sufficient for us to host the event monthly for the fiscal year. So, as you know, there's a rise in costs just about everywhere in everything that we do. If we decide to host a monthly, host the port nights monthly, then I think that we would have to have a greater conversation in possibly contracting vendors on a yearly basis versus monthly or per event.
Okay, so you're in favor of the bill as it stands on a weekly basis?
A monthly basis.
Okay, so if we amend it to a monthly basis, then, like I said, so you're having that every month, festivals, different events that you have, and you're not sure of a cost.
Correct.
Okay, so that becomes a major problem in terms of trying to make it a reality. I can see this event, I know used to be, I believe it was an annual event, but if you could check on that, the 300,000, yeah, just won't be enough, be a drop in the bucket. So, okay, so thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I'll wait for Deputy Commissioner, if I have the title right, Deputy Commissioner Haynes, to give me that feedback on that event. Thank you very much.
I think we have Senate President Francis in the chambers on St. Croix. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony. I, too, obviously, Harbor Night used to be on a monthly basis back in the days. I'm severely challenged by the concern that we're utilizing the TARF as the go-to funding for just about every event throughout, and we still have not even paid vendors that's owed, to include Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights and those individuals. I believe that we've moved the food and wine festival. We talk about a music festival, and I think we're taking away the opportunity where we're seeing a public-private opportunity for an investor or promoter to actually be involved in Harbor Night, as it has been done in the past. And with this as well, there's an amendment that comes with a $5.3 million price tag. $5 million to WAPA, $300,000 that will be used for the Harbor Night event. I think I heard under a questioning DC Haynes that you said that in fact that you believe that there'll be an interest by Department of Tourism despite not having legislation to consider putting forth a Harbor Night.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And there is nothing currently that prohibits you from being able to do that outside of legislation?
No, Senator.
Okay. Do you know the status of those vendors that have not been paid yet from the previous festivals?
We're just waiting for our budget to come online. Once it comes online, then we'll go ahead and
Say again? Slow down a little bit.
I'm sorry. We're waiting for the budget to come online. Once the budget comes online, then we'll go ahead and continue processing those old payments of those vendors.
Okay. And do you know whether or not there'll be an interest from the cruise
1 minute
line to perhaps in an initiative like this?
I do believe, with my experience, there will be some interest. There is a greater conversation to have in regards to the ships staying overnight or leaving port later. Presently, the ships leave averagely anywhere between 4 p.m. I think the latest ship leaves around 6 or 7 p.m. on some nights. So for us to ensure that it's not only a success, but the visitors get to experience the full pieces of the island, the cultural pieces of the island, we would definitely need to have a conversation with the ships to have them stay later.
Okay. Have you had a conversation with Old Town Frederiksted or any other entity that may be interested in perhaps supporting or sponsoring a Harbor Night event?
We're in conversations with our town, Frederiksted, not specific to the Port Night or Harbor Night, but more so making sure that they have the support that they need from the Department of Tourism to host successful events.
Do you happen to have a listing of all of the events, festival events, that is requiring the Department of Tourism to support or sponsored via funding?
Not presently, but I could draft that real quick.
Okay. And what do you think that amount would be?
I don't want to say presently. I can't say presently.
Well over 10, right?
Correct.
So well over 10.
I don't want to give an exact dollar figure.
So we got a Coquito Festival, we got a Lechon Festival,
we have the Coconut Festival.
Coconut Festival,
Yes.
we have the Pate Festival.
Correct. We have a Mango Mele, we have a Taste of St. Croix.
I mean,
Yes.
there's a tremendous amount. I think at some point we really need to, I'm very concerned about how we continue to burden, especially after passing a budget, we continue to burden this limited funding with all of these additional appropriations without being able to account for the appropriations that have already been allotted. So I'll await that listing for me to make my final decision. Of course, I'm not a member of this committee, but I'll await that. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senate President Francis. Senator Diane T. Capehart, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not on the island of St. Croix because I'm attending a Medicaid conference because I totally understand the challenges we have.
Hold on 1 second, Senator. 1 second. If you can just, all right, now you're good. Proceed.
Yeah, I was saying that I am presently at a Medicaid conference because I totally understand the challenges we have in the territory for Medicaid. I'm going to say we don't have an infrastructure in place to attract, to incentivize cruise ship liners to come into our ports to get shore power, to get fresh water. There's no infrastructure in place to dispose of their waste. If they dispose of their waste, you know where it goes? Into the ocean. So why not create that infrastructure? But we could spend $14 million to dredge a harbor, but we can't spend $5 million to implement an infrastructure for the dock of Frederiksted. I understand, but I just want to say, on the tourism revolving fund that has $101 million, and this appropriation won't happen until FY26. So colleagues, I ask for your support to create an infrastructure to incentivize ships to want to come to St. Croix. Testifiers were invited, those that some of you asked for. They weren't able to come, but they said if this bill passes, they would come to the Rules Committee to give further testimony. Colleagues, also, there's a law that already exists that when these cruise ships are in dock, that there's gambling. My bill just says the Department of Property and Procurement
1 minute.
to secure property in Frederiksted included VI Port Authority property, adjoining parcels of the Frederiksted Mall, Strand Street of Frederiksted Pier for pop-up casino, off-track betting, and internet gaming operations. I'm just trying to extend an economic development in the town of Frederiksted. This all it is. But we could spend money to dredge a harbor, but we can't give St. Croix $5 million to bring back something that we know worked. I'm asking your support because this is about economic development. WIPA, and we have someone there from WIPA, they would tell you this would help WIPA to generate funds for offshore power. These are incentives for the town of Frederiksted. Colleagues, I ask for your support on this measure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Diane Capehart. That exhausts the first round of questioning. If any of my colleagues do have a burning question, let me know. If not, I'm willing to entertain a motion. Hold on 1 second. You would like to say something, Executive Director Carlton Dow?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Just for the record, the authority, and again, just like I said earlier, this is not something that, because the timing we got it, so our board have not weighed, and this is what from ourselves and the staff. So we support the measure with the caveat that we mentioned. It's going to be law enforcement needed on behalf of the port employees needed. And so I saw her, I didn't see it, but the senator indicated that she would set aside $1 million. So once she did that for the port, I don't have no problem with that. But I want to be clear about something, though. the senator reference, and I mean, the other part is for senators to decide. I just saying from our eyes, they do that, we fine. But I also want to make something clear, and I really don't want us to find ourselves in a discussion about, let's say, the harbor dredging, the Shatamali harbor dredging. I really, but remember we're talking to the public at large. But we're talking about Shatamali Harbor, which is one of the busiest harbor in the tourism product in the Caribbean. I want to be clear. So we don't need to equate, while again, I support the Frederiksted project, however, but I want to make it clear to equate that with, well, we're dredging the harbor in Shatamali. I have to speak on this matter only because people must understand we're talking about 1 million+ passengers coming through that harbor. So the dredging is necessary. I don't want to leave here from where I sit and you know, so whatever the senators want to do among senators, that's up to them. But the Port Authority, our only issue, some of the things don't relate to us. We ain't going to be responsible for a pipeline. We ain't going to be responsible for those things. The agencies who have those mandates will deal with them. One of the things I know is that cruise ships take some water from in various ports. The reason why, and like I said, it would be a good initiative, but we must first make sure that the water is EPA certified, because in other Caribbean islands, they would glad, because of the regulations we have in the U.S. Virgin Islands, they would be glad to take on water here than several other Caribbean islands. That's a fact. They take on water here. But it would have to be suitable for them to take on. And then the other stuff with shore power, that's something we have been talking about exploring. It's not a cheap proposition. However, the finances become available. I have no problem with it, so I just wanted to be clear. But please, I don't believe that we should equate that project that I don't have no problem supporting in Frederiksted, but we shouldn't equate that with the dredging of the Shatamali Harbor. I just wanted to, I couldn't not say that for the record.
Thank you, Director Dow. Point of information, Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad Mr. Dow brought up the water quality matter. Let me just ask you, Mr. Noel, how are you doing today?
I'm well.
Good. I know that there's been some, I can't remember the exact amount, but there's been a couple $2 billion well that has been awarded through the Biden infrastructure initiatives to the Island District of St. Croix for the purposes of repairing or re-upfitting the pipes throughout the Island District. When is that project slated to start, if you know? And what is the condition of the pipes in the Frederiksted area in particular?
So WIPA has been approved for prudent replacement.
That's what it's
through
called.
Through FEMA to the tune of $1.3 billion to replace all water lines on the Island District, St. Croix. We just got that award about a month ago, and the first round of projects on St. Croix is set to be advertised for bids November 14. But that would be in the northeastern quadrant up by Northside Road. So that is going out. In terms of Frederiksted, back in 2020, we have the lines in Frederiksted town, and we changed them out from ductile iron to PVC. However, Center Line Road, which feeds Frederiksted, that would need to also be rehabbed, because then everything flows down to Frederiksted.
Yeah,
so
yeah, absolutely.
We do have existing infrastructure and existing accounts to sell water to the Port Authority, who in turn in the past we have provided water to the cruise ships, but we haven't done it recently. So we need to really do some due diligence to understand what the current needs are and what our excess capacity is for that.
Thank you for your for your response. And as I said earlier, I don't have any issues with this initiative. However, I'm a firm believer that initiatives like these need to be public-private partnerships. The two previous legislations that we passed required a promoter and for them to put skin in the game in order for those activities to move forward. So this is not the same. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, and thank you, Mr. Noel Hodge. I had intentions to ask you some questions, but you did your part. Thank you. Motion by Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill number 35-0396, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to reestablish weekly Harbor Night events in Frederiksted, St. Croix, be held in committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Can you just say it one more time for me? Sure. My apologies.
I move Bill number 35-0396, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to reestablish weekly Harbor Night events in Frederiksted, St. Croix, be held in Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture until the call of the chair. I so move.
Second.
Okay, bill number 35 one second, got it thrown a little off guard. Bill number 35-0396, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to reestablish weekly Harbor Night events in Frederiksted, St. Croix, has been moved by Senator Dwayne DeGraff to be held in the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, and has been seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator Diane T. Capehart. Hearing no objection. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr.
Hold on 1 second, Jay. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Blyden yea. Senator Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr. absent. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart yea. Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dwayne DeGraff yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
No.
Senator Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Yay.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay.
No, not voting.
We're not voting.
Not voting.
Senator James Sr. not voting.
Mr. Clerk, is that it?
That is it. 4 yay, 1 nay, 2 absent, 0 not voting. Or 1 not.
Change my answer to change my answer to yay.
Senator James, yay.
Give us that number again.
5 yay, 1 nay, 1 absent.
All right. Bill number 35-0396, an act requiring the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to reestablish weekly Harbor Night events in Frederiksted, St. Croix, has been held in the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Senator.
Yeah. I just, again, want to thank you for your service to the people of the territory as a senator out of the St. Croix district. And this afternoon, I get to meet a young man that you have in your office, Mr. Khalif Francis. And just speaking to him for a quick minute, it still gives all of us encouragement with all of what's going on. Young man who joined UVI from in 2023, and we just hope that you continue along the track, and it's really heartwarming to see a young man involved in this kind of process, in all sincerity. Thanks.
And thank you for placing that on the record. This young man started off as a summer intern. I had him reviewing my testimonies, and I was impressed of his performance. We decided to give him an opportunity to work in our office for the last few days, and this is his first time doing it. So, hence why, you know, but
good job, good job.
And he's also the grandson of former Lieutenant Governor Gregory Francis. So it's an honor as well to even have him, because his grandfather and my father were best friends. They used to talk politics all day. So when I heard that, I was like, sure, come. But I would give the opportunity to any individual, regardless of who your father is. And we have many opportunities. And I just hope that the legislature continue to hire these young men and women during the summer. And if you see that they have potential, to take them under your wings, even if it's for several hours a week. So thank you for recognizing that, Executive Director Carlton Dow. But back to the business for a little bit. As we know, Bill number 35-0396 has been held in committee. And we have one more item on the agenda. So we're going to take a quick recess, and we'll get back to the people's business. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby in recess. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby out of recess. Colleagues, we are down to our last item on the agenda. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the last item into the record?
The committee will receive an update from the Summers End Group, LLC, on the overall status of the Marina's development on the island of St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, including but not limited to the status of the Marina's progress, features, success, challenges, and environmental and economic impact on the community. Invited testifiers, Ms. Charlize Summers, the Summers End Group, LLC, and the Honorable John Pierre Oriol, Commissioner of the VIA Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Any correspondence to be read into the record, Mr. Clerk?
There are none.
Thank you. Before we start on today's discussion, I would just like to place on the record that one of our invited testifiers will not be here. My office reached out to Commissioner Oriel in the month of September, and he denied the invitation to come before this body. We reached out in October. He said he's out of the territory. We reached out again for this hearing, and he's out of the territory. My chief of staff, who have been with me from day one, and who is very capable of doing this job, constantly reached out to his office asking that someone, anyone, come before us to give some input regarding today's discussion, to no success. I don't usually do these things. I'm on my way out. I don't have time for the nonsense. We just want to work. And I just want to say to Commissioner Oriol, shame on you. I don't know if you don't want to come before my committee or what. I don't really know. Just But we are talking about economic development and things to move the territory forward. This is not no pilinky-linky conversation. I'm not asking you to hold my hand and be my friend. I'm asking you to bring somebody who is competent to come before us and to give an update. But that will not stop today's show. So we will move forward with the invited testifier who is here for the Summer Ends group. And in whichever way or order or fashion you would like to do it, you let me know who will start off first. But before we do that, we just want for you to place your name and titles on the record, starting from my left to my right. So kindly just place your name and title on the record.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Rick Barksdale. I'm a member of the Summers End Group, developers of the St. John Marina.
Good afternoon. My name is Shalise Summers. I'm the managing member of the Summers End Group, LLC.
I'm Boyd Sprain, counsel to the Summers End Group.
And if I'm not mistaken, we have individuals who are participating virtually. So we will try to do it one at a time, knowing that we are live. So whoever is on, media, if you can just pull it up on the screen. Yes, you can place your name and title on the record, sir.
Good afternoon, Jeff Boyd, Marina consultant for the Summers End Group.
Thank you for being here. And I think we have a David Caddy.
Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you for having me. My name is David Caddy, and I'm an attorney for the Summers End Group.
Thank you both for being here. We may proceed with today's discussion by having you read your testimony. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator James. Good afternoon, Senator James, members of the legislature, staff, and my fellow Virgin Islanders that are here in attendance today. Please accept this as my testimony for this Committee on Economic Development and Agricultural meeting, November 13th, 2024. It is an honor to be invited to testify before the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture regarding the status updates of the Summers End, the St. John Marina destination development on the island of St. John. On behalf of my partners and myself, the owners of the Summers End Group, LLC, we want to express our greatest appreciation for your support, time, and interest in the St. John Marina. We are so excited to be here with all of you today. Summers End is the developer and owner of the St. John Marina project. Summers End is a coalescence of generational St. Johnian families comprising of local landowners, local business owners, residents of St. John, myself, Rick Barksdale, who have lived on St. John for nearly 18 years, and investors from Louisiana and Florida. Summers End is resolved to the empowerment of local St. Johnians, their culture, and seeing that through operations, the St. John Marina contributes to career and entrepreneurial opportunities, provides substantial economic impacts for the island of St. John and all of the United States Virgin Islands, empowers native St. Johnians, restores and protects the environment, establishes a safe, clean, and beautiful community and town where everyone can enjoy a safe, clean harbor and a beautiful shoreline. Status updates on the project currently. We've completed a major coastal zone management land and water permits, approval of submerged lands lease, Board of Land Use Appeals 2016 unanimous affirmative determination, consolidation of major coastal zone management land and water permits, a modification of coastal zone management permits, Act number 8407 ratifying the consolidated major coastal zone permits and submerged lands lease. A second Board of Land Use Appeals in 2021, we received a unanimous affirmative determination. Save Coral Bay has filed lawsuits in Superior Court against the governor and the Summers End Group in 2020. Superior Court dismissed those lawsuits in favor of Governor Bryan and Summers End in 2021. Save Coral Bay continued to file lawsuits in the United States Supreme Court against Governor Bryan and the Summers End Group, and the United States Supreme Court denied those lawsuits. We've achieved approval from the United States Fish and Wildlife, a concurrence and approval. We've received approval from the United States Coast Guard. We've completed Section 106 consultation with historic preservation approval in 2024. The United States Army Corps of Engineers downgraded our consultation with National Marine Fisheries Protected Resource Division from formal consultation to informal consultation in 2024. National Marine Fisheries has provided recommended permit conditions for Summers End, and Summers End has accepted those permit conditions for the United States Army Corps of Engineers in 2024. United States Army Corps of Engineers request initiation of expedited informal consultation under Section 7A(2) of the Endangered Species Act for the Summers End Group, LLC, on October the 5th, 2024. The United States Army Corps of Engineers issued a determination in that same letter on that same day, October 5th, 2024, concluding that the Corps has reviewed the proposed project for its effects, TESA-listed species, and their critical habitat. Based on the analysis above, we have determined that the proposed project is not likely to adversely affect any listed species or critical habitat under National Marine Fisheries jurisdiction. A copy of that letter has been provided to Senator James and to this committee. The United States Army Corps of Engineers is working through final stages of the review process with National Marine Fisheries and EPA and the Summers End Group, and the decision document for this permit is currently being drafted. Moving on to economic impacts. When I sat before you in 2020, I stated that according to the National Marine Manufacturers Association, the annual economic impact of recreational boating in the United States in 2018 was $170 billion. Today, the National Marine Manufacturers Association reports recreational boating economic impact soars to $230 billion. National Marine Manufacturers Association recently announced new data which found the annual economic impact of recreational boating increased by 36% from $170 billion in 2018 to $230 billion for 2023. The industry's contributions to the U.S. workforce grew as well, with a 14% increase in jobs, from 691,000 in 2018 to more than 812,000 in 2023. Additionally, National Marine Manufacturers Association reports that the recreational boating and fishing are a major economic engine in the United States, and the latest economic analysis underscores extraordinary growth and demand our industry has experienced coming out of the pandemic. They go on to say the profound impact the past few years have had on our industry cannot be denied, and we've seen Americans seek out boating and fishing in record numbers, driving significant economic output and supporting tens of thousands of small businesses and nearly 1 million jobs. I provided those links from National Marine Manufacturers Association below for you to have additional information. Features and amenities of the Summers End St. John Marina is that the marina now has 115 wet slips. We will have a local fish and farmers market at the marina site for the island of St. John, and the fishermen to sell their fish and lobsters, and the local culture to sell their greens and honey and so forth. We will provide wastewater pump out, solid and hazardous waste facilities, we have 5 different methods: in-slip pump out, a pump out station, on-demand pump out vessel if there's a vessel in the harbor that cannot, under its own power, get to our pump out station, solid and hazardous waste disposal, and state-of-the-art sewage treatment systems for upland development. We will have Customs and Border Protection Office at our site, and we will provide slips for enforcement vessels such as DPNR, Fish and Wildlife, National Park Service, Coast Guard, and other agencies. To discuss the economic benefits of the St. John Marina, and these have been updated, we have 80+ direct and indirect full-time employment. We'll provide 362 jobs territory-wide initial employment impact. We have a $34 million spent locally on development and construction. $62.3 million total initial economic impact. $40.5 million total initial labor income. And $9.6 million annual operational economic impact locally. $63.1 million economic impact the first year of operation territory-wide. The United States Virgin Islands will gain access to the $100 million annual BVI charter industry. And the investment for St. John is $112 million total development cost. The St. John Marina will provide opportunities for mentorship, internship, and scholarship, and post-secondary education. The best promotion that we have in the United States Virgin Islands is providing 5-star services to a global market. To truly be a world-class destination, the workforce development includes plans for ongoing training and vocational education for native St. Johnians. Reductions to environmental impact that the project has been undergoing currently. Summers End has initiated nearly $5 million of comprehensive scientific analysis and engineering, indicating that the St. John Marina will become a net improvement environmentally for the harbor. Through our efforts working with the United States Army Corps of Engineers, Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the St. John Coastal Zone Management Committee, Summers End has significantly minimized project impacts, including a few reductions that I have listed below for the marina specifically. Total dock area reductions. Originally, the square footage for the docks was at 91,573. Our current square footage is 67,832. That's a total reduction of 23,741 square feet, which equates to a 26% reduction overall. Our original pile count was 1,333. Our current pile count is 803. That's a total reduction of 530 piles and a reduction of 40% overall. And our original vessel count was 169, and our current vessel count is 127, with a total reduction of 42 vessels, with equating to 25% total reduction in vessels for the project. The St. John Marina benefits and features, starting with environmental. We're providing increased enforcement, no dredging to Coral Harbor, an investment of $1 million in mitigation. We're providing infrastructure, pump out facilities, and waste disposal. Elimination of illegal wastewater dumping in the harbor, organization for the harbor, and a reduction in non-compliant boating. We're providing EPA-approved fueling. There will be sediment reduction from the hillside development. We're providing protection of reef systems. We'll provide a donation to turtle research. We're planting 300 mangroves for habitat along the shoreline at our site. We're providing enhancement to 0.77 acres of existing mangrove wetlands and a creation of 1 acre of mangrove fringe and mangrove islands, restoring mangroves that have been destroyed from the 2017 hurricanes. We're providing protection of 16 acres of submerged aquatic vegetation. We're providing safe navigation of a harbor. And we're conducting cleanup of debris from the seabed in Coral Harbor. Community benefits, we're providing a boardwalk along the water's edge, a clean and organized harbor, shoreline access, improved roadway, sidewalks, raised crosswalks, landscape, and hardscape. We're providing mentorship, internship, and scholarship opportunities. Increased public safety. We will preserve local culture. And we're bringing in new restaurants and retail. And we'll be an emergency site in Coral Harbor. In the event of natural disasters, we'll be able to receive aid from support vessels, refuel those vessels, and evacuate from Coral Bay as necessary. These are the components we are looking forward to bringing to St. John and her people. So many of you have taken time to meet with us and understand the issues and the challenges created from the permitting delays and the permitting process. Most importantly, you spent the time to study and recognize the benefits and the components of this project and the significance to the local families. These families have been deprived from having a marina for decades. There is not one slip on St. John, not one. And we're here to change that. We're here to capture the economic activity from the recreational boating industry that St. John has missed out on for too long. Our vision of the benefits of the St. John Marina for the island of St. John and her people is to create a sustainable community where St. Johnians are respected and empowered economically through career and entrepreneurial opportunities that are unlimited in size and scale and concept. A native culture that is restored, vibrant and thriving, and provides the foundation for community growth and initiatives to progress in harmony. A spiritual community where the local churches are once again filled on Sunday mornings. A youth population strong in numbers and rich with opportunities, including internships, training, and scholarships with safe and quality social and spiritual and educational activities. And a clean, safe, organized Coral Harbor with shoreline access and a community boardwalk for everyone to enjoy. Beautiful landscape and hardscape with sidewalks, raised crosswalks, lighting, underground utilities, and thriving businesses established around the harbor in areas specifically zoned for commercial development. A beautiful, safe, clean community established around a beautiful harbor where everyone can once again safely access the bay and enjoy the waterfront. A community town and harbor that native St. Johnians are proud of. It is because of the resilience of generational St. Johnians, this legislature's commitment to sustainable economic development, and Governor Bryan's leadership and actions that we are here before you today advancing this project. So we can bring to St. John and the Virgin Islands the first ever marina on the island of St. John. And let the world know that the United States Virgin Islands is a great place to do business. We thank you all for your time today, and we look forward to seeing you all at the St. John Marina very soon. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much for that testimony. I can see the pride beaming from you today. We're going to start off today with a 5-minute round. I'm going to start.
Did you want us to put the
Yeah, I would like that. If we
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have other testifiers?
Yes, sir. We have additional testimony. We have testimony from David Marsh, Sr., President of Calvert Marsh Incorporated. He can't be here today, but he's asked us to read that into the record, which I was going to ask Rick to read in, if that is okay with you.
Was that circulated? Mr. Clerk? Everyone had a copy of that testimony? Okay, very well. Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Please recognize the mic.
Good afternoon, Senator James, other distinguished senators, and everyone in attendance. My name is Rick Barksdale. I'm a member of the Summers Inn Group, and I'm here to read our partner's testimony, David Marsh. November 10th, 2024. Good afternoon, Senator James, Chairperson of the Economic Development and Agricultural Committee, other distinguished senators, and everyone else in attendance. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony on the St. John Marina project. My name is David Marsh. I am the president of Calvert Marsh Incorporated and a proud owner within the Summers Inn Group, developers of the St. John Marina through our family's company. My late father, Calvert Marsh, often spoke of having our property on the shoreline of Coral Harbor to serve as the heart of a marina in Coral Bay for the island of St. John. The late Honorable Robert Bob O'Connor and my father were very close friends. Hence, Mr. O'Connor worked tirelessly with our family to help bring my father's dream to fruition. While some may remember Mr. O'Connor as a senator or chair of the VI Port Authority, I remember him as my mentor and father figure. He has guided my mother and me on personal and business matters, and we are grateful. Mr. O'Connor introduced us to Shalice Summers, Rick Barksdale, and the Summers Inn Group. Today, his heirs have joined my family and me as owners in the Summers Inn Group, LLC. For over 10 years, I have worked with Shalice Summers, Rick Barksdale, and the late Bob O'Connor, helping to shape my father's vision of a marina in Coral Bay. Concurrently, the Summers Inn Group has supported my family and me in preserving my family's legacy and heritage by continuously working on completing the marina project in Coral Bay, which we thought we would have seen by now. My eldest son, Devon Marsh, a former Coast Guardsman in the United States Coast Guard, has made it abundantly clear to me that he hopes to one day return to St. John to be part of the St. John Marina's revitalization of the recreational marine industry. One thing that excites me most about the St. John Marina is knowing that our local people will have an opportunity to gain meaningful employment and entrepreneurial opportunities on St. John. I am regularly approached by community members expressing their interest in pursuing a business venture within or affiliated with the marine industry. Ultimately, Coral Harbor will be cleaner and safer. In closing, I would like to thank the legislature of the Virgin Islands, Governor Albert Bryan, and the permitting authorities for supporting sustainable economic development for St. John and the territory. Through your efforts, we will continue to build an economy that attracts young people who see themselves succeeding at home and helps eliminate the export of our best and brightest. In gratitude, David Marsh, President, Calvert Marsh Incorporated.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we will have Attorney Caddy. You may please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Again, my name is David Caddy, and I'm the attorney on behalf of the Summers Inn Group. I want to thank everyone in advance for taking the time to listen to my testimony today. I've been an attorney for 24 years, and I just celebrated my 20th year of living and practicing in the U.S. Virgin Islands. As you're aware, the Summers Inn has been diligently working towards bringing a world-class marina to Coral Bay and St. John. Summers Inn has asked me to update you on certain pieces of litigation which concern Summers Inn and the marina project. Following the ratification and passing of Act Number 8407 by the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Summers End has had a constant focus on resolution of the pending matters, completion of the federal permit in order to move the marina and upland development into construction as efficiently as possible. While Summers End experienced challenge and delay in the permitting process caused by pending legal matters, with persistence and great expense incurred, I am pleased to report the successful conclusion of the following legal matters. First, I am thrilled to report that the parties have agreed to resolve all disputes between Summers End and the families of Minerva Marsh Vasquez and Egla Marsh Clendenin in case ST 2021 CV 00124, now pending in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. That case involved the use of consolidated parcel 10-17 Estate Carolina and St. John, formerly 10-17 and 10-18 Estate Carolina, St. John, as part of the Marina project. On November 4, 2024, the parties jointly filed notice with the Superior Court advising that the parties have come to a settlement and resolution of all outstanding issues and claims between them. I am working with the attorneys for the Marsh Clendenin family on editing the settlement papers, and the parties will move to dismiss the matter with prejudice shortly upon completion. Additionally, Summers End was previously involved in two legal matters with the now former owners of Remainder 13 Estate Carolina St. John, who were James Phillips and Genoveva Rodriguez, over the sale of that parcel to Summers End for use in the marina. Case number ST 2018 CV 199, filed in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, and case number 2019 CV 59, filed in the District Court of the Virgin Islands, Division of St. Thomas and St. John, have now both been dismissed with prejudice that the parties have settled all claims in those two suits. The resolution of these matters will give Summers End unquestioned legal authority to utilize the property in the Marina project, and Summers End has already begun the cleanup of the area in preparation for the construction and development of the marina and upland buildings. In addition, I have a correspondence from the attorneys for the Marsh Vasquez family that I would like to read in, and this is from Adrian Dudley, dated November 12, 2024, and she states, on behalf of my clients, the Egla and Minerva Marsh families, I can state that they have agreed to terms with the Summers End Group. We're reviewing and drafting the paperwork necessary to complete the transaction. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you so much for that. Next, we'll have Attorney Boydsburn. You may proceed. Please recognize the mic of the first testifier. Please proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And let me apologize in advance for my voice. If I'm difficult to understand, please ask me to repeat. Good afternoon, Senator James and fellow members of the committee. We have been representing the Summers End Group in regard to the proposed marina in Coral Bay since 2014. In that time, Summers End has diligently pursued its permitting and the completion of all administrative and judicial reviews. The consolidated permit remains valid and in effect. In that process, Summers End has completed the CZM process with public hearings, DP&R staff review, and the issuance of permits for land and water by the St. John Committee. We then completed an appeal process through the Board of Land Use Appeals. Appeals were brought by the Virgin Islands Conservation Society and the Moravian Church Conference. Despite the 90 days for that review process provided in the CZM Act, it took 17 months to complete that process. However, at the completion, the Board of Land Use Appeals affirmed the issuance of the permits, but at the request of the appellants, consolidated the permits into a single permit. Since the completion of that administrative process, Summers End has prevailed in litigation before the Superior Court, the Virgin Islands Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court. Litigation remains pending before the Virgin Islands Superior Court, and in 2022, project opponents opened a new litigation before the District Court in the Virgin Islands. The litigation history is provided below, and for your information and convenience, we have provided a summary timeline as well. Both the VAI Conservation Society and the Moravian Church Conference petitioned for a writ of review before the Superior Court. I'll note that while the CZM Act provides for a 225-day period to complete permitting and the land use appeals process, it does not provide a time limit on the courts. The court consolidated the two proceedings and set a schedule for briefing. That briefing was completed in January 2017, more than 7 years ago. Over the next 3 years, the Summers End Group repeatedly, at least 5 separate times, sought a hearing or decision in the matter, but all requests were ignored. Following the legislature's passage of Act 8407, ratifying the permits and the modifications, the Summers End Group moved for dismissal of these petitions on February 2nd, 2021. Nearly 4 years, 1 hearing, and 50 filings later, no action has been taken and the petitions remain pending. But not all judges or courts have been so slow to perform their work. In 2020, another effort to prevent the legislature from ratifying both the consolidated permits and the governor's modifications, pursuant to the CZM Act, David Silverman, acting through his group Save Coral Bay, Inc., filed another lawsuit. Following the passage of Act 8407, Summers End Group moved to dismiss that case. The court set a hearing. The motion to dismiss was granted on May 12, 2021, 3 months later. Silverman's Save Coral Bay then petitioned the Virgin Islands Supreme Court, and the matter was heard by the court in November of 2021. On March 30th, 2022, the Virgin Islands Supreme Court affirmed the dismissal and the ratification of the consolidated permits. Silverman's SEB then sought review before the United States Supreme Court by filing a petition for writ of certiorari. In October 22nd, 2022, the U.S. Supreme Court denied that petition, which is an affirmation of the Virgin Islands Supreme Court. Still, the Superior Court has not taken action on the long-pending motion to dismiss, despite the extensive briefing and the notices of each of the other court actions. In October of 2022, the Moravian Church Conference started yet another litigation, this time in U.S. District Court. That suit is fairly described as a collateral attack on the Virgin Islands Supreme Court's ruling on Act 8407. That case has generated an additional 55 filings. The parties have submitted cross motions to end the case on motions to dismiss or for summary judgment. The District Court has acknowledged its responsibility to make those rulings, but it has not done so as yet. Throughout this process, and particularly since the legislature's passage of the permit ratification, the Summers End Group has pursued the necessary United States Army Corps of Engineers permit. While the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers stalled the process pending the legislature's ratification and the periodic assignment of new offices and personnel to the matter, the Summers End Group has continuously pursued this matter and resolution appears near at hand. The consolidated permits provide that the term of the permit is 20 years from the date of ratification. Section 3 of the consolidated permit. Ratification occurred with Act number 8407 in 2021. In December 21st, 2020. That prior to any work commencement, any required federal permits shall be obtained. That's contained in Consolidated Permit Section 5-0, letter O. The consolidated permit therefore remains in effect and in good standing. I've also been asked to read on behalf of Ms. Dempsey her very brief statement. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Javin James and members of the Economic Development and Agriculture Committee. I've been asked to address the status of the federal permitting for the Summers End project in Coral Bay, St. Thomas. The project is in the final stages of permitting. The Army Corps of Engineers is awaiting the final concurrence letter from the National Marine Fisheries Service, Protected Resources Division. Once that is received, the Corps will finalize the permit. The Summers End Group has worked diligently with the Corps to finalize the required mitigation for the project. The mitigation will cost more than $1 million and will help clean up Coral Harbor, enhance the embayment's mangrove habitat, and outplant corals into Greater Coral Harbor. Please do not hesitate to contact me if you have any questions or concerns. And Senator James, Senator Blyden, I would note that we have a copy of the October 5th consultation letter from the Army Corps to the National Marine Fisheries. The letter itself is 33 pages, detailing every step that's taken to address every concern that's been raised. The letter also contains an additional 50 pages of supporting documentation. And the conclusion of that letter by the Marine Fisheries states that the Corps has reviewed the proposed project for its effect on Endangered Species Act listed species and their critical habitat. Based on the analysis above, we, the Army Corps of Engineers, have determined that the proposed project is not likely to adversely affect any listed species or critical habitat under the National Marine Fisheries Service jurisdiction. We have used the best scientific and commercial data available to complete this analysis. We request your concurrence with this determination. Thank you for your assistance to this matter.
If there any way we can get an electronic copy of that through the chair?
I will be happy to provide it, sir.
Please. ASAP. You can email it electronically to the chair.
Yes, sir. I sent it to Ms. Andrea
Okay.
a few days ago. Do you want me to resend it to?
It's on a drive? Okay, she said it's on a drive.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, yes, sir.
If
And
that-
we have one more testifier, Mr. Jeff Boyd, that is on Zoom.
Please proceed with your testimony, Mr. Boyd.
Good morning, Senator James.
Good afternoon.
And fellow senators. And thank you for hearing me today. I've been asked to give testimony today on the proposed marina on St. John, U.S. Virgin Island, and more specifically, the Summers End Group LLC project. My name is Jeff Boyd, and I've served the Summers End Group for more than a decade now, preparing the design and specification for the proposed facility. My background in marinas and marine development spans 35 plus years and includes such projects as Yacht Haven Grand in St. Thomas, where I originally served as the consultant and designer of the marina, and then later became the chief operating officer of Island Global Yachting, the parent company. Other accomplishments include the Yacht Club at Ile de Sol and the Yacht Club at Port de Plaisance here in St. Martin, where I speak to you from today. My work has taken me throughout the United States and as far off as Dubai, where I prepared the initial designs for many of the maritime projects there. As St. Martin is my home, I consider my expertise best utilized when working in the Eastern Caribbean, where I've spent the last 35 years. The impacts of a marina on Caribbean communities. The establishment of marinas such as the St. John Marina creates significant opportunities for local communities across the Caribbean. In our own operations in St. Martin, all of our team members are local, allowing us to build a workforce that truly represents the community and benefits directly from the economic growth we contribute to the region. Here in St. Martin, the marinas within the lagoon represent 21.6% of the GDP of the country, the marine-related services. The same model is easily replicated in St. John, whereby the local hiring practice can generate meaningful employment, skills, training, and sustainable career paths. This approach does not just add economic value, it strengthens the ties with the community and builds local pride in the marina and the recreational boating industry. Additionally, marinas stimulate the local economy by encouraging tourism with yacht visitors and boat owners who bring spending in hospitality, dining, and retail directly benefit the local businesses. They often create auxiliary or ancillary services opportunities such as maintenance, fueling, provisioning service, all of which can be locally staffed and locally managed. Overall, the introduction of a marina like the St. John Marina can have a transformative impact on the surrounding community, just as we've seen in the other Caribbean islands we've developed. Conditions of the recreational boating, got an echo there for a second. There is a shortage of slips, a notable shortage of slips available across the Caribbean. This is driven by the increased demand for both local and international boaters. This shortage restricts access to our shores and diminishes potential tourism revenue. St. John Marina, therefore, presents a highly attractive solution to address this problem. growing number of vessels. The rise in recreational boating combined with the increased number of vessels being manufactured has further stressed the available marina space. The St. John Marina stands ready to accommodate this growth, ensuring that boaters have both access to modern, fully equipped facilities and throughout the U.S. Virgin Islands. Refit and modernization. As we're seeing the marinas across the region, facilities are being refitted and upgraded to meet the new contemporary standards, providing a more attractive and efficient experience for the vessel owners. The St. John's Marina's modern design will offer high-quality amenities that make it an ideal location for both short-term and long-term stays. The desirability of St. John is a preferred destination among the yacht owners and captains due to its just natural beauty and strategic location. Currently, a high percentage of these captains and owners express the pent-up desire to visit St. John, but they refrain from doing so because of the limited and unfriendly access options available. The St. John Marina will provide the access, attracting even more vessels and more clients, and significantly boosting the local economy. The economic impact of a single yacht visiting the area can be substantial, creating a ripple effect that benefits multiple sectors. The Summers Inn project and the Summers Inn Group has proven to be an invaluable partner, constantly demonstrating a strong commitment to supporting the local communities and ensuring that Native families and residential benefit from the marina's presence. They've been collaborative, transparent, and deeply focused on preserving the natural and cultural integrity of the area. Their approach aligns closely with that of our own values and makes it clear that the St. John Marina will be developed with the best interest of the Virgin Islands at heart. In conclusion, in the summary, the Virgin Islands, and specifically St. John, is well positioned to continue economic growth with the introduction of a modern, community-central infrastructure like the St. John Marina. The project is fully ready to proceed, bringing immediate and long-lasting benefits to both the recreational and boating industry and the residents thereof. In final summation, we, after almost a decade and all the testimony you've heard, we are finally ready to build. With any luck at all, we should be able to break ground very soon, and we should be able to complete this facility in time for the following season. 12-month build out, 10 to 12 months, we should be ready to go. It is a big lift and a lot of work, but the Summers Inn Group is a very committed group of developers who want to get this done and who have had the tenacity and the wherewithal and the ability to sustain. I look forward to seeing you all at opening day.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture stands in recess for 2 minutes.
The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is out of recess. Colleagues, we heard testimony from the Summer Ends Group and their team. I just want to say thank you once again for your entire team being here. I'm going to open up for a line of questioning. Colleagues, try to remember the lineup. We're starting with Blyden, Capehart, DeGraff, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, Senator Francis, and Senator Donna Fred Gregory. So I'm going to call your name and recognize you when you speak. So Senator Blyden, you're recognized for 5 minutes. You're recognized for 5 minutes, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to the testifier, and thank you so much for your testimony. It's comprehensive testimony. I must say it has been some time. How long have Summer End been at this investment on the island of St. John?
Since 2008, Senator Blyden.
Wow. And I see you have done your due diligence in respect to your research in terms of your community outreach and engagement. And you spoke to, in your testimony, the economic impacts, the features and amenities, economic benefits to the St. John Marina, community benefits. I see you have scaled back a good much though, based on community outcry and others. What does that do in terms of your investment or to your investment? Have it impacted your investment in any way negatively, and what does that mean for Summer End moving forward?
Yes, sir. Well, it took quite a bit of funds to re-engineer the facility. We had our engineers work with Jeff Boyd, Mr. Boyd, who's here today, to re-engineer the docks, to make these reductions and to reduce it as such that it would still be structurally sound. Additionally, on the economic side, the good news for us was we were able to do these reductions structurally, but as you can tell from the economic impacts that I addressed or stated from National Marine Association, Manufacturers Association, the industry is soaring, and as such, that benefited us. So originally, when we started, we could not lose a slip. But as time has gone on and the growth in the industry has happened, and we continue to work with the agencies and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Governor Bryan and so forth, we were able to make these reductions, to have a significant reduction in impact, to minimize our impact, and to avoid impacts to the greatest extent that we could.
Give me 1 second. Sorry to interrupt you, Senator Blyden, and I really do apologize. Just forgive me. What I'm going to do, right, is give my colleagues an opportunity to just place some remarks on the record. But based on consensus and some conversations I had with some of my colleagues, we are going to bring DPNR back here to the legislature, but at a later time. So what I'm going to do is just to use this time just to place some statements. So if you have burning questions or whatever, but it's going to be very short. So instead of 5 minutes, Senator Blyden, I apologize. I'm going to give each senator 2 minutes, and then we're going to wrap it up and go in recess, because I would really like for DPNR to be a part of this conversation, is to make it better, for everybody to understand and flow better, okay?
Yes, sir.
So I hope you don't mind. Senator Blyden, my apologies.
No problem. It's your committee. Understood.
Yes.
Well, with that being said, I understand and know the importance of this investment. This is from me, my perspective. I've been there from the beginning. I've seen the work that has been done, the investment that has been made thus far, and the resiliency that has kept on, because most folks would have given up by now. And I know you believe in your investment and what it does to the territory on behalf of the Summers End and the people of the St. John in particular, and what it means for Coral Bay area in respect to having a marina out there. And the renderings, it's amazing. You know, it's basically a transformative thing in respect to Coral Bay and what it does for and to the environment. Number one, the positive impact, in my opinion. Number two, what it does for the local individuals in terms of the fishermen, the boaters, fisheries industry, and the like, in terms of pump out station, solid hazardous waste disposal. Right now, we don't have any of those, you know, and many more advantages for
1 minute.
the environment and the territory as a whole, and most importantly, the jobs that's going to be available for our local people. We're talking about 362 jobs locally. We're talking about revenues for the territory. We're talking about the charter industry and being more engaged and involved in that industry, and many other positive inputs. I really look forward to having DPNR come in front of us and hear what they have to say in respect to what's going on in that space, because I know when it started out, you had many challenges with different families and different issues, you know, and you guys have spoke to most, if not all of those challenges. So I really look forward to having that further discussions before the end of this term, to be honest with you, because it has been some time. It has been too long. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses, and thank you for your resilience and investment.
Thank you, Senator Blyden.
Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. I do apologize for not being here, trying to handle different meetings between my car, running back and forth. So I too have been here for many years in regards to the summer project. And years ago, I told you the issue with the family was my only major issue. The issue with the family gets squared away, I am ready to vote yes. So I told you years ago, and I'm telling you it now. I won't tell you one thing and do the other. So I stick to my word. I'm a man of my word. That's what my issue is with the hold up with the family. When that's addressed to its fullest satisfaction, we move forward. You have a yes from me. So it's without a doubt questioning me, but I stated it years ago. That's my stance, and I have not changed, and that's that. So with me, you don't have to worry, well, what did Senator DeGraff going to do this or going to do that? One for the other.
1 minute.
That's what I'm looking at. But again, with your total investment, I don't see the investment doing any bad for this territory. I see it enhancing where we are actually looking for ways and means to find new revenue to the territory. It's been there for years. It's just some things have to get settled. And then once we get it going and we move forward, I support 100%. So definitely, thank you for your investment. Thank you for sticking it out. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, followed by Senator Francis.
Hello, good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. My first line, well, I'm just, since I have 2 minutes, I just want to focus on one thing. I was here listening to the testimony, and I too, like my colleague who spoke before me, I think this is an excellent project. I think it would bring a lot to the island of St. John. I know there were several lawsuits in regards to the environment, conservatorship. I know there were lawsuits in regards to the families, but I, as a senator, have been receiving letters over the years from different family members, I think 2 sets, and to hear you say today that some of them were already resolved. Some have already been settled, but I listened to you very attentively, and there was one that you said that it's still being drafted and discussed. And I think you said the attorney said that the family has settled, but I'm still getting letters up until yesterday from family members saying that this is still not resolved. So as a senator, I'm very much confused as to what is the reality here. Because on one end, it's being represented here on the Senate floor that this has been resolved, but as of the 12th yesterday, I think I got a letter, and I even got a copy of one this morning, stating that when it comes to the Clendenin family, they're not happy, and it's not resolved. And that is the one case that you guys mentioned that is still being settled. So for me, I am with my colleague that I think that situation needs to be made whole and have some kind of serious resolution to it, because, you know, I am all for the economic development.
Time.
I think this project would be great for St. John, but I am not about trampling on the people of St. John in order to get it done. So hopefully we get some resolution in regards to that, and you would see my support, but until then, I will be awaiting the final resolution for that aspect. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Senator Francis, Senate President Francis, you're next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you for your testimony. It's good to see you, Rick and Shalice. And obviously, we've been at this for quite some time, and the legislature have really worked towards accommodating you in this situation. I too have received a number of correspondence in regards to addressing this issue. I wanted to ask you whether or not, what is your position regarding the correspondence from the EPA on this project?
Yes, sir. I'm happy to address that if that's okay. Yes, sir. So this correspondence from EPA came out in August, and the permit that we seek is the United States Army Corps of Engineers, and through that permitting process, we are in consultation with National Marine Fisheries. We are not in consultation with EPA. The Army Corps has been working with EPA to satisfy their concerns, and those conversations happen between the United States Army Corps of Engineers and EPA, as this letter from EPA was addressed to the Corps of Engineers. When the Corps of Engineers feels it's necessary, they reach out to us to discuss ways that we may address or assist them in addressing concerns, or they may recommend things that we include in our project. From this letter, we worked with the Army Corps and we addressed the recommended items that the Corps asked us to do. One of those being we partnered with Governor Bryan to do over an acre of mangrove mitigation. And we addressed the Army Corps enumerated the issues that they wanted addressed with EPA, and we've addressed all of those satisfactory. And this has been addressed. As you will see, the letter that we passed out from the United States Army Corps of Engineers dated October 5th included the mitigation efforts that we put into the project following this letter and working with the Army Corps. The Army Corps is in the process of working with EPA. The final area with EPA that they're addressing is an objection letter that EPA filed back, I believe, in 2014, in the very beginning, before all of these reductions that we have made to the project. And Army Corps is currently requesting them to remove that objection.
Time.
Okay. So you established for yourself a timeline in which you will either make a decision or on this matter, or you believe that there will be some resolution?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an inherent timeline? that you're working off of?
Well, the United States Army Corps of Engineers establishes that timeline. They've given us some timelines. The goal was they were trying to have it resolved by the end of October. We have another meeting scheduled for this Friday. Everyone is actively trying to resolve this because the Corps is, we're so far along in the process, and the Corps has felt that we've addressed the concerns of this letter. I would love to be able to establish their timeline, but unfortunately it is their bat and their ball. But they do, we respond to them very quickly. Any of them will tell you that if they ask us for anything, or they're not waiting on anything from us. This is strictly the colonel and the section chief, working through the process with EPA to get them to pull their objection letter. There is a process in place, if they don't pull it, that the Corps will follow through to get it resolved. And again, it's really between the Army Corps and EPA. And when they ask us to address something or provide recommendations, we work with them to do so.
Okay, I heard my time call. I just wanted to ask you, what do you believe is the delta? What is the cost association with the Summers End project at this point? Can you share that with this committee?
Yes, sir. This will be $112 million investment that we're making into the island of St. John. We've currently have over.
No, the question. Sorry, I'm sorry, Shalice. What is your investment thus far on the project?
It's over $10 million.
Oh, thank you. I think that's substantial, but I just wanted to get your perspective on that at this point. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis.
Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, good segue. This $10 million that you referenced, specifically what have you spent $10 million on?
We've spent over $5 million on scientific analysis, as I mentioned in my testimony. We have done extensive benthic, over 8 benthic surveys. The Corps has required us to do.
Okay, can you send back to this committee, through the chair? I'm going to request that they provide us with an update on the $10 million. So we don't, because I know the time is short.
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm going to move on from that. Now, my colleague that spoke before asked specifically about the environmental protection letter of August 15th. Did any of you mention that in your testimony?
I did not mention this letter.
Yeah.
We have addressed this with the Army Corps of Engineers.
Follow me. Did any one of you mention that the August 15, 2024, from the Environmental Protection Agency in your testimony today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, good. This letter states that they sent this letter to the district commander of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and it basically states that they are that you are periodically submitting revised information and modification.
1 minute.
That did not substantially change the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and EPA has serious concerns about the compliance with the Clean Water Act 404B1 guidelines and the project's unacceptable adverse effects to seagrasses, which are aquatic resources of natural importance within the project area. This gives me lots of pause. Now, you made a number of assertions today that the EPA, the Army Corps is asking them to pull back their letter. The question that I have, and I did meet with you this summer, what has Army Corps said to you about making these approvals, about approving this permit? Where is Army Corps with approving this permit? Because you're saying that they're asking to pull back the letter, but we are 3 years. This was approved on December 2020. So it's heading to 4 years. 2020, yeah, 4 years that this has been approved. Now, again, I asked the chair of the committee to please make sure. Can I wrap up? That we are able to hear from the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, because I need to get also a clear understanding. This has been 4 years, a clear understanding as around the, I supported this measure, but I'm going to be very honest. I am becoming very concerned about this because this project has not moved and we have not gotten any movement from Army Corps. We continuously see these types of letters coming across our desks. I asked the chair of this committee to please make sure that we ask the DPNR to come here because we need a clear understanding of what is the, I think Attorney Spreen spoke about the fact that the permit is still valid, that we approved. And I need to get clear clarification from the government of the Virgin Islands. So I was going to ask the legal counsel to come upstairs to provide us with the information. However, because we're going to go to recess, I'll hold it until we reconvene this meeting. But this information is very important to us. And then I read in correspondence somewhere that you all are now asking the family to sell their property. You all are demanding actually that the property be sold, and currently they are still, while you've been in this lease with them for the past 4 or 5 years, you have not paid one single dime to that family for that lease, and 2, they're now being required to pay property taxes. I think we need to be better citizens. I'm very concerned about that, and like I said to you, I supported this measure, but there are things that I'm reading, I'm receiving from this that I don't like what I'm seeing, hearing, and reviewing in the documentation that's in front of me. So I want to leave that here until the Department of Planning and Natural Resources come before us, because we need to get a clear understanding as to whether or not this permit is still, in fact, in full force and effect. Because I think there's a time period for you to at least begin some work on the project. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I don't have any specific questions other than the one that I asked about why wasn't this said when we talked about all the great things. Nothing was shared with regards to the EPA agency's letter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Donna Gregory. I don't have any questions. However, what I would like to ask you to do is put some statements on the record. Anything you need us to know, I'm giving you this opportunity to do so.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, committee members. Regarding the EPA, I'm sorry, Boyd Sprain on behalf of Summers End Group, attorney for the group. The Section 404 of the Clean Water Act is under the jurisdiction of the Army Corps of Engineers. It is not under the jurisdiction of the EPA. There are a variety of permits that are issued by the Army Corps. Some of those permits require EPA concurrence. The permit in this case does not. The EPA has voiced an opinion. It does not have a veto on the project. It does not have a veto on the permit. We have addressed their concerns to a very large extent. The Army Corps would like their concurrence. It does not require their concurrence.
Do you have any correspondence or anything that supports your statements that you just made?
We can get it.
Please send it to us. It makes our job so much easier. Point of information, Senator Donna Gregory.
I did think I asked one question. I kind of went on, so it wasn't answered, and that's, we've been at this with the Army Corps for, like I said, 4 or 5 years. When we spoke last, you shared with me that the Army Corps was going to give a ruling or make a decision this summer by July, August. We are now in November. What's the hold up? What's going on?
We were informed, the Colonel of the Army Corps of Engineers informed one of the congressmen that we work with in DC that has really been a champion of this project. He understands the significance of it. He was boots on the ground after Hurricane Irma and understands the value of what this project brings. That colonel told him that we would receive the permit by the end of July. He left office. He retired and a new colonel came in. Anytime there's a change in the personnel, especially if it's a colonel, it has created delays for us. We have had approximately 8 different reviewers with the Army Corps of Engineers. Each time a reviewer...
Okay.
It's personnel.
So they haven't given you any indication or time certain as to when they're going to approve this or disapprove this?
They absolutely have. We had a meeting, the congressman held a meeting with them, and
No, July is gone, so we are
I
now,
know,
we are now in
another
November.
meeting was held, and
Okay, so when did they say?
And the new colonel said he was making every effort to approve it by the end of October, which is also gone. So we have a meeting this Friday with them. The change in personnel, this new colonel, we also now have a new section chief that's reviewing the project, and so she has been trying to get up to speed on it and has had questions, which Ms. Dempsey and I have been very quick to respond, and we are trying to get the
What's the name of the
permit.
congressman that you're talking about?
It's Congressman Garrett Graves. Garrett Graves. And I'm happy to send you his information, and I'm sure he would be happy to speak
Okay,
with you.
All right, so we're going to drill down some more because you brought all your folks here. So I think we're at the point where we also need to, because I think that we did not decide not to bring the Clendenin family, but I guess when we have our, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Chair, that we also allow them to have a voice, because there was a lot of testifiers here today that provided their support for what's happening, and they need to have a voice, because in their, what they've shared with us is you haven't even paid the property taxes.
We
You
are
haven't
not
paid anything. No rent, no lease payment, no property taxes. So they are probably facing losing their property at this point.
May I respond? Yes, okay. Senator Fred Gregory, the contracts are in good standing. The contracts have always required the landowner to pay the property taxes, as does the Calvert Marsh Inc. Those contracts were put into place with Ms. Marsh Sisters Trust.
Do you think that they knew that it was going to take them 5 to 10 years and their property would be sitting for 5 to 10 years? I'm going to rest this conversation until DPNR comes and the family comes, because what you're saying is unconscionable at this point. They have to pay property taxes.
Very much so.
It's unconscionable. It's unconscionable. I like I said, I will be the first to say that I supported this legislation. However, what I see happening is unconscionable. These are small families in the island of St. John, and what we're doing, well, yeah, the lease is in full effect, but you know they did not know it was going to take this long. So, and now they are now responsible for paying property taxes, and we all know what property taxes cost in St. John. If you wanted to truly partner with them, you would work with them and help to support what's happening instead of now forcing them to sell their property off. It's not good. I don't like this. Mr. Chair, I rest until DPNR, and I'm going to ask you to also invite the family. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
May I respond?
You can respond in your closing remarks. This is your opportunity to place a
Final
closing.
information.
I'm not doing that right now. Closing remarks.
Yes, sir. We thank you so much for your time. The issues that have been raised about the family are very important to us, and we have constantly been in communication and working towards a settlement. The family, we have two families involved, Calvert Marsh Incorporated and Marsh Sisters Trust. And so we have fantastic relationships with Calvert Marsh Incorporated, and the leases are almost identical. We had fantastic relationships with the creators of Marsh Sisters Trust. They have both passed away, and it's only since they have passed away that issues have arisen with the heirs, which we have worked very difficult to satisfy. We continue to do so, and we have made, as the environmental impact stand, we have made great efforts to avoid and minimize environmental impacts. We've made great efforts to get this project up and running as quickly as we can, because everyone benefits from the project. Even the people that oppose the project still will benefit from this marina on St. John. We've included the local families. We've granted partnerships to them and ownerships to the local families that they own. They own part of Summers End. Like Mr. O'Connor said, Summers End is not you alone. Summers End is all of us. Summers End is me, my legacy, Calvert Marsh Incorporated, and Marsh Sisters Trust. And we value that and we cherish that. We very much look forward in answering any other questions that you have, or your committee or any of the other senators, and are eager to do so.
Well, everything sounds good, but this is not the end. That was just your closing remarks. The committee is going to continue at a later time. Hopefully, DPNR gets their act together and sends somebody down here for the next hearing. With that said, the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture stands in recess until the call of the chair.